Cayenne, as you wake up from your long night of rest in the endless trial, you're expecting to get on with the day's activities. But as you open your eyes, what happened?
My screen just went full screen. It scared me for a second. We're good.
Ah, okay.
I fixed it.
Jump scared by technology.
Jump scared by technology. The worst way to be jump scared.
Exactly.
Uh, so you open your eyes and you hear a bunch of bustling around you as a lot of individuals are moving around you, and you open your eyes fully, and the haze leaves. You can see uh, God rays coming in, a beautiful morning light. The air is perfectly temperate. It's not hot, it's not cold, it's that perfect temperature. Nice spring warmth, but coolness at the same time. And you can see that there's this beautiful black marbled floor with lightning bolts through it of gold, and you can see that the pillars are of magnificent gold as well. And there's just beautiful stained glass above you and trees everywhere, and it's an absolute glorious place you're looking at. And yeah, it works perfect. And as you look around, you see these individuals coming and going, and they walk to what look like to be uh coming into they're coming and going to like these circles, and they're just instantly popping out of existence. Just and it's almost like a kind of like a relay station of sort. And you feel a familiar hand on your shoulder, and it sends chills throughout your body, and you instantly realize it's your sister, and she's like, "Hi,
Hi.
um, first time here, I'm guessing. Yeah, first time here, right? Uh, that look on your face. Are you horrified or
I'm confused.
ah? Um, this is the Golden City. Apparently, you have received your summons to be registered within the Golden City as a goddess.
Oh, that seems very important.
Uh, yeah. I mean, of course. Really, it is.
Last thing, I don't even know how I got here. The last I remember is we were at the camp, and then I wake up here.
There's not really a you have to be here on this date. It's more of whatever is convenient for the courts to see you, and then you're here.
Okay.
Yeah, when I got my summons, let's just say me and my significant other were doing extracurricular cardiovascular activities.
Noted.
You can imagine my surprise standing here before all of these wonderful gods being completely naked.
At least you haven't stood in front of fought with a weapon in the nude.
I don't think that's as bad as well. I mean, there are plenty of gods that are just in the buff, so it's not really an issue.
Yeah, I still feel bad for holding a weapon toward him, though.
Mm.
I still feel bad for that one, but also didn't expect a visitor at the ass crack of dawn at my own house either.
Especially a certain goblin.
Yes.
Um, so, uh, she starts walking with you, and you go through this large archway, and you just see the beautiful sunlight outside and trees everywhere, and they're intertwined around buildings, and you can see various people going about, and you realize that all these people at this point are gods, or uh, like Scabbard's book, servants of gods.
Hmm.
And you can. This is the holy city of the gods. And she looks over to you and she's like, "So, this place is a little strange. At least for your first visit. You're free to visit here whenever you want. It's kind of a place where we can go and be away from the mortal coil."
It just feels odd being here.
Yeah, yeah. I'd rather be in my domain and dealing with the things that go on there, or dealing with things in Casil. Yeah.
I'm used to being out in the forests and in the farmlands and in secluded druid circles.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to come here too often, so I guess that's a good thing.
How often do you get called to come here?
Not very often. Um, this is kind of like the refuge for us where, we can act normal. I know that sounds weird because we act normal all the time, but here, abilities are not to be abused. They're extremely limited, and it's considered a neutral ground for all gods: evil, good, neutral. And they offer services to other gods or just advice or other such things.
Oh wow. Okay, that's a terrifying thought.
What's the terrifying thought?
Because you said that it's neutral ground for good, neutral, and evil.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be terrified to meet Lolth or Tiamat on neutral ground and be like, something don't feel right. Something feels very wrong.
This is not okay. I'm not okay with this. So
I hope that doesn't mean that Smiley's here.
he's not God.
Oh yeah, that's right, because he was what, in the process of becoming Archfey or in servant to one?
Uh, Archfays are not deities; they're just extremely powerful beings. So, also the other interesting thing is that bargains and advice exchanges could be offered here on this neutral ground, and you can't include any of the usual stipulations. So, malevolent deities can't try to squander something out of you that you would normally not agree to.
Hmm.
It's an interesting place.
Oh
Hyron's like,
my.
I hear the gears turning from over here. It's like a squeaky hamster wheel.
A certain someone's long lost pen pal.
Victor?
Yeah.
So, a certain someone's pin pal.
Yeah. I can only imagine like how the conversation would be with him. Be like, "Hey, do you remember me or my brother by chance?"
So, how's the adventure going out there?
Um, well, I've been contacted by basically the arch druid of Wildfire, who is actually a djinn.
Ah. Right.
Very, very pretty. Very nice. We actually spoke at one of our campfires. And oh my lord. How am I skipping his name? Bird. Bird.
Oh, the bird, Jeer.
Yes, Jeer. He gave me this adorable little fluffy beetle
Oh,
named Sunset.
that's a precious name.
And met one of Grandpa's allies at one point,
Oh,
who then made an enemy, but I made friends with.
okay. Our family is a little strange then. Apparently, making enemies was Grandpa's forte.
Well, he more so made an enemy with this being based on him being betrayed by Grandma.
Yeah, I've looked up Grandma. She's a bit of a. She's a galaxy and likes to get around.
Hmm.
I mean, Grandpa was no slouch
Cosmic
in that
whore.
area either.
The cosmic whore.
Yeah. Horse.
No.
So I allowed a couple of kids to actually play with their dead calf for a while before laying it to
Oh,
rest.
that's actually very sweet.
Ever
I
since
I wished that when me, Scav, and Mongo went to deal with the bullet with the cow, I wish that I could have done something similar for the owners of the cow previously.
well, maybe we can make a trip out there and. No, we shouldn't bring up what happened to that cow.
No, no, they don't know what truly happened to the cow, and they're not going to. Because I think they would be traumatized. The cow did go out a hero, though.
That's good. I mean, the cow being a hero. Eventually, you have walked across this place, and you come to like the central, what looks like a giant temple place. And she's like, "Well, go on inside, and you will be registered."
Okay.
I'm not on trial, and I'm not putting anybody on trial or making any accusations, so I have no business in there. So you can go right on in there.
I'm gonna give her a hug.
She hugs back and gives you a gentle headbutt.
I'd return it. And
Hurry
then,
up so
I
we
guess,
can visit the city a bit.
yeah, I think after I register, I'm gonna explore the city a bit.
Oh, it's a big place. I mean, every single god in all the different realms comes here.
Yeah, after I do the registry, I'm going to explore for a bit and see who I can meet who could be potentially like an ally in exchange for my services.
Yeah, that'd actually be really good. So the registration process is pretty straightforward. You simply go in there, and there's these essentially statues of shrouded gods, and you instantly know, just as a deity, that these are the prime gods, the eldest of the eldest. And as you walk forward into this vast temple, it's almost like a shower of pearlescent beads coming down on you, like the most beautiful rain you've ever imagined. Liquid crystals just dripping down on you from the sky, like a gentle misting in the summer or the spring. And you're pulled forward by some unknown will, and you approach, and you reach out, and you look to your hand, and you don't realize what you actually have done until it takes a few minutes to process, and you watch as the shears within your hand for cutting something just break apart into sand made of diamond. And you realize that you have severed the threads that define you as a mortal, that you are now not threaded anymore.
Okay. I don't know how to react to that.
Cayenne has become an official god.
I don't even know what to do at this point if they're wanting me to, like, say anything.
It would probably be okay for you to leave and go get a drink after this. Have a drink of that would satiate a god, essentially.
Yeah.
And your sister's waiting for you.
And I'll walk out and join up with her.
Okay. Scabbard. You look up as the blade is driven into you, and then the second time, and find yourself suddenly standing there and not thinking that the combat is over, not that you have died, and you can see your comrades there as well doing something, but it's almost kind of like a stretch type of blur as they move, almost skipping from place to place and catching up. As you watch them, and you watch as they depart from where you're standing, not acknowledging you, that something is very wrong here in this scenario. And as you start to move after them, it's like moving at half your pace, and then even slower than that, and eventually slower than that. And you watch as they disappear out of your line of sight. And then as you stumble a few moments, you blink for a second, and then you look around in the entire desert. The cactuses, the rocks, the sand, everything that is touchable. You see millions of crows and ravens. And they're all, the only clear spot is right where you're standing there as you look at this sign around you. You clear your eyes and you look around at this, and you feel the desert temperature just drop instantly to where even you, as what you are shivering. And then you see a long, lanky shadow behind you, overshadowing you. And as you slowly turn around, all the crows scatter, and you see this lanky figure standing there with the Cheshire smile that's slightly glowing. And the light cutting through it, and you can see that there's two dandelions where his eyes would be. And he reaches out and he puts his hand on your head. And you hear somewhere above you something else. And it sounds like scissors are cutting something. And then you suddenly find yourself as if none of the events have ever transpired, brushing your knees off, back home, slowly standing up, and a young Mongo comes up to you, no more than 5 years old, and pats you on the shoulder, face full of joy, and like asking you if you're going to join them for the day to have fun. And you look at them, at Mongo, and you can't control yourself. You respond. You're like, no, I have other things to do. And Mongo looks disappointed, and that disappointment hits you like a hammer in the chest this time, because your older self knows better. And you see him turn and meet up with Cayenne and the others and head off to go play, and you go off by yourself, putting that wandering around the sewers ahead of your family that when they want to spend time with you. And it skips a few months, a few years, showing that you've done this continuously, abandoning your family to a degree. And you hear something, and you turn around and you just see the shadows around you as the years pass, and you've been alone this entire time, scared as a child of what to do. But each time that your family approaches you, Cayenne, Mongo, Nikolai, to join them on an adventure, most of the time that you say no, because you'd rather go and hunt shadow monsters in the sewers or do some guard work. And you see how at one point they're in the garden, and it's a wintertime, during the wintertime festivities, and you can see Cayenne there, and Mongo and Nikolai comes and joins them, and they're having warm cocoa and talking to each other and sharing cookies from the bakery. And Mongo looks at one of the extra cookies and is like, should we give this to Scav? And you hear Cayenne like, he doesn't care. He'd rather be hunting something else. Hurts, don't it? And you're there watching the shadows of things in this child body of yours, but with the adult mind now having to observe the abandonment that you projected on your family when you were abandoning them at the time. That they were willing to put all this time aside to include you in the group, but you would rather chase shadows in the sewers. And then you could just see, like, off in the distance, some sort of shadowy figure that you're not aware of. And then a fragment of another memory happens. And it's soon after you found out that you're going to be a noble, and you're kind of excited about that, finding out the truth of that, the excitement of that, but still a little bit of that foolhardiness of your childhood self. And you're like, I can protect them. I'm going to be a knight. I'm going to be like my dad. And you can see that as you're saying this out loud, you see Cayenne, Mongo, and Nikolai once again together talking, finding out about their history as well, separately. And they all look to each other and like, how can we protect Scav? How can we protect our family? But yet, you refuse to accept that protection from them. As the road winded the direction it needed to go. And moving ahead to another memory. You're in your home and you're working on plans for the adventure, the travel. You're looking at the table full of documents and things like that, and the what needs to be planned, and you're focused on these documents. And you're examining them, and Kippa comes up to you and she puts a hand on your shoulder. And she looks over your shoulder and she's like, she whispers something. And she's like, Scabbard, we're gonna have a child. Another hammer to your chest as you realize that you had dismissed that moment when she had told you before anybody else, because you were too busy preparing for upcoming encounters. You're right over there?
Because it's not fucking wrong.
Huh?
It's not wrong. All this time trying to figure out how to protect all the others and keep them safe. Not realizing that missing all the important stuff.
Yep.
So focused on keeping the family safe and protected.
So, another hammer hit to your chest regarding another missed opportunity. And we move again to another event. And it's an event that you barely remember vaguely. That a small moment where you and Nikolai are actually spending time together in Casil, just going about your business. And Nikolai looks over to you as you guys are sitting and having a meal together, him nibbling on food. Him finally breaking that shroud of being the tinkerer he is. Looks over to you and is like, hey, Scabbard. And he just kind of waits for a response momentarily and then just kind of says it out loud after he doesn't get an acknowledgement, and is like, would you consider actually being my best man at my wedding when the day comes? And he waits for a response, and you're looking at a scroll, kind of half-heartedly eating. And then that hammer hits once again as you miss that opportunity, and you hear, as this memory fades out, I guess I'll ask Mongo. And you just can feel the echoes of those behind you as it hammers. And you hear a cold voice. And Cayenne would know this voice. It's like, trying to wear the armor and be the defender yet you're still that little child hiding in lies. And you just look down and you just see all the blood from the wounds that you've received from the day of combat, and the pain just kind of creeps through your veins like little needles and blades. That ice cold point of death just seeping through you as you feel the presence of judgment upon you. The weighing of your soul. And you hear Osling and Cayenne when they're in a druid circle and you're standing there in the shadow. When someone dies, will they go to Islium or the Hells? And Cayenne looks over and she's like, no, that's not for us to judge. That's the Lady of Blood to judge. Whoever comes to our realm is for her to judge. And you just feel that kind of sit in the pit of your stomach of now realizing where you're at. And it kind of trickles, and you can see a trail of blood, and as you're invoked to follow it, you realize it's your own. And you find yourself once again in Casil. And you find yourself with Cayenne. And she looks over to you and she's like, Scabbard. And you're like, huh? You're like, I got something to do. And she's like, and she watches you leave the house as you're heading off to do something unclear what you're going to do. And she looks disappointed, and she just kind of looks down and she sighs a bit and she's like, I'll go visit the farms myself. And you just feel that pulse in you. Once again, another opportunity missed. And you hear that voice once again. You enjoy the road of coldness, don't you? The lone wolf walking the road hoping for scraps instead of the warmth and comfort of the pack. It's interesting.
I hate that feeling.
And as you're standing there and you hear this from that voice creeping along you, you look ahead and you see that lone wolf walking along the road in the snow, ragged, beat. And you see it get desperate to attack a caravan, and soon it's killed. And then you just feel that pain of that wolf being killed on yourself. All of your body, the torture. And then you can feel yourself being dragged as that wolf to the campfire, being skinned, torn apart, gutted, and used for meat and for supplies. The bones being used for remedies or makeshift weapons, the rest being discarded. And you can just feel yourself falling through the earth into the darkness. Once again, standing at this crossroads. A single light coming down on you. And you hear the voice once again speak to you. And why do you deserve to live? Above all others, a child that is sick, an elderly person that has done good, a noble that has given up their throne for their kingdom. What makes you special?
The kingdom was never mine to rule.
What a petty excuse.
I always did what had to be done to protect the family. Tried my best. This time I actually succeeded, but seemed to have died doing so.
Or was it to make yourself look bigger in the mirror?
No.
And you say that, you look up and you can see the mirror before you when you're trying on the various armors. That confidence of that moment creeping into you, that excitement and charisma that the armor gives you. Your soul says otherwise.
I refuse to believe that.
And you can just feel that excitement overpowering, that joy that you had when you finally were able to don armor as a paladin.
No. There may be many things, but I know for a fact that I'm not. I don't know. Everything I do, it's not really for me. I see now that a lot of my actions have pushed others away. I always did to do them for others. I'm a coward.
Ah, the truth. A coward that hides behind a false sense of armor and pride.
A coward, yes, but I still try to face those fears for them.
It is one thing to face fears, it is another to be the fear. You never learned how to move past that point. Everything you touch has grown. You have withered and become more of yourself.
Who are you?
You just hear a small laugh from this voice, and you find yourself back in Casil again. And you find yourself sitting in a library surrounded by books that you buried yourself in to study various gods. You just sit there and you look to the books and you feel that shame just like a shroud dropping on you like a bucket of cold water, digging into you that, yes, the studying is important. Yes, the notes are important. The preparation is important. But what have you abandoned for this moment? Who have you deserted for this moment? You find yourself here alone, and that creeps into your mind that there are others that would be here for you. Mongo, Nikolai, even Cayenne. But you never invited any of them. You came alone. Here, shrouded by the shadows that are more friends than your actual family. And the books, you just kind of start looking through them, and they're books you've studied to be better at being a paladin. And as you look to the books, your vision blurs a little bit, and you find yourself in the temple where Thought takes up residence. And that got really fucking uppity. Like, that is some happy music.
It's very unfitting for the situation.
There, we'll go to that one. Old school. It moves to the temple where Thought is and the elemental elf is. And you're at the prayer stand and doing a prayer, and this is a time when you followed Bahamut. And you find yourself with his holy symbol doing the prayer and the semantics to appease the platinum god. And you're so focused on this, you kind of tune everything out with a prayer like tinnitus. And off next to you, there's a familiar goblin that approaches. And it's Thought. And Thought looks over and sees that you might not be busy, and he's like, Scav, would you like to come celebrate Thought's birthday with him? And Thought waits for a response. And he looks over to you, and he kind of, I guess not. And he heads off by himself. And Thought leaves you to your prayer to the platinum god as he goes off to celebrate his birthday alone. But you pray diligently to the platinum god, trying to appease him, to be successful in the prayer. And that voice comes from behind you in the shadows again, and then all around you. Groveling at the platinum god's feet for power. Coward would do that. Someone brave wouldn't do that. Someone brave would find the intuition in themselves to be powerful.
No, that was a mistake.
All those you touched has become leaves in the wind, rustling at your feet, forgotten. It's interesting.
Who are you?
Again, you don't get a response. And you just look down at the blood on your hands from those that have you killed, and your own blood. Cold to the touch, colder than how you feel right now. As you rest on your knees. And you find yourself walking through the marketplace of Casil, looking around at the various individuals, and then stop in the middle as people are passing you by. Nobody paying you too much mind as you're a simple lizard folk paladin. And you think to yourself, why isn't anybody here with me? And then it just hits you like another hammer shock to the chest. The trail of blood leading you up to this moment of another realization. The feeling of dread, the feeling of self-loathing giving you warmth. And you hear that voice from within the crowd as it passes you by. And why are you alone? We all know the answer to that. Cast aside, thrown to the stone. Not even the news of your child is important.
That's a lie. And you know it.
And you hear very sharply, then why did you ignore it the first time?
I'm so focused on keeping everyone protected, keeping Kippa protected, keeping Osling protected, Cayenne, Mongo, Nikolai, everyone. Nobody's perfect. Not even the gods. That I know very well now.
And it moves to another moment in Casil when you are sitting on inside of one of the taverns, and you have a drink with you and some food, and you had just got done doing some duties of going and seeing the locals and such, paladin duties, appeasing the locals and offering them blessings and such. And you feel yourself disembodied watching yourself sit on that bench, eating your food and having your drink. And you're outside, and the warm sun rays are coming down, but they're cold to you in this environment. And you look over as you hear the voice of Mongo and Coin, and they're talking to each other, and they stop outside the pub, and Mongo looks over and he's like, "Hey, that's Scav." And Coin's like, "He probably wants to be left alone. He usually does." And she's like, "Come on, I know another place we can go. Let him be." And they head off through the crowd, leaving you to yourself as you sit there and you eat alone and drink alone. Doors closed too many times. No longer greeted with knocking.
And we rebuild the doors.
Who really says you have an opportunity to?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Who really says you have an opportunity to? It's not yours to decide. You're just a coward hiding in the crowd.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's not yours either.
And you hear a small laugh. And you find yourself walking through the farmlands of Casil alone. Then it shifts and distorts, and you find yourself back home. Walking through the farmlands, there is a small child alone, the past echoing the future. As you see Cayenne going and making her deliveries, struggling a little bit to make her deliveries. And you look at the scroll that's in your tiny little hands. Your tail wags slightly as you look at it. You look over at Cayenne making her usual deliveries. And you look back to the scroll. And even as you look over and you see that Cayenne is gone, and you're like, she'll manage. I'll take care of this. And you look at the scroll as you head off. You're flopping a little bit, and with your wooden sword, and see that the guards have requested one attic rat from a local farmer. That you had passed up this opportunity to help your sister making the deliveries that she struggled with. And you remember that night how tired she was actually from the delivery she had to make. It was a very busy season.
I remember these. Working to protect them. Everything I made, always gave to them, though. Everything I did was always for them. I never really did anything for myself. Neglected myself more than anything else.
And then you hear that voice creep along you again. You could have had both, but you didn't. The tiny little child wanting to be an adult and protect everyone, failing to be a child. And it shifts again. And you find yourself when you're with Nikolai, and you're still children, and it's a tiny little Nikolai. And he's working on a tinkering project, and you come in, and he's always been interested in tinkering, and you're like, you set something down and rambunctiously and excited and actually spill some of it on his notes and instantaneously ruin them to an unrecoverable state. You're like, Nikolai, I got you something. And Nikolai looks up at you and he's like, that panic setting in that he gets, that instant screeching, like, my notes! And you're like, but I got you something in excitement. He's just looking at his notes, and you realize that this is one of those moments where you could have had both. And that feeling of you could have been more careful or helped him repair his notes, but you never did. You just were like, well, if you don't want it, I'm not going to give it to you. And it just kind of sinks in a little bit that there was some of that, like, selfishness coming through. And it shifts again to where you're with Mongo. And Mongo looks at you, and he has a stick. And he's just playing with it a little bit, pointing around and messing with it some. And you reach up and you grab it from him, and he's like, I was using that. And you're like, I need it for a project. It's perfect. He's like, there's other sticks. And you realize that he was just simply practicing to be a wizard someday, or be a mage of some sort. But you had put a project before him. And it shifts once again. And you see a long forgotten face in the mist. It's a large dragonborn. And they have rudely carved a sword out of a board and given one to you. And she just kind of crooks a smile at you and is like, so, you saw the guards doing this? And you're like, yeah, they were practicing. And she's like, I don't want to hurt you, Scav, but... And you practice with the swords and you end up getting hurt, and she goes to approach you, and you get up and run away and calling her a bully. And you stand there and watch your childhood self run away from this lizardborn that was a part of your circle. And she's like, getting hurt is how you get stronger. Don't run away from the pain. And you find yourself back at that crossroad once more. Time and time again, the opportunities pass you.
Every single one of these, I do remember. It's a naive child. Everyone makes mistakes. Children, too. Many of these I've learned from.
Children don't make mistakes, they make experiences that allow them to grow up. Saying a child makes a mistake is the folly of an adult. Children learn lessons. Your lessons were on how to be an outsider and a coward. And as you look around, you see a long, snowy road, the same road of the wolf, and you can feel the cold temperature around you of this road. And then silence just falls over you as you can hear the howling storm.
Look around. What do I see anywhere?
It's a deep, dark winter forest, pine trees. You're on a traveler's road that has mud and sleet and slush along it.
Push onwards, I guess.
You start walking along this road and you feel hunger and the aloneness, no companionship. Slight hint of desperation.
Keep on going, but just keep those fond memories there of all the good times had and all the good times spent together. Yes, made mistakes. Yes, pushed people away, but also did everything good to bring them together.
You say this, and as you say this, your voice comes out as a growl and snarl of a wolf.
Alright. Keep on pushing on, but just trying to keep those positive thoughts there.
You keep wandering along this road, and once again you come across the cart. An opportunity provides itself, and you once again attempt to feed your hungry belly on whatever resource you can, and once again you go through the pain of being killed and disassembled for survival, and you find yourself back at that crossroad, on your knees, covered in blood. The pain of that death running through your body.
Going through the crossroad. No. No. I think it's time to take the lesser traveled path. Go into the wilderness. Stepping outside of familiarity.
And you find yourself once again in Castile. And Maggie approaches you. This memory hitting you like a train as it was faded and you kind of dismissed it. And Maggie approaches you and is like, he reaches out gently and then he withdraws his hands. He's like, I don't ask for muches. And I see you're busy, but will you pray with me? And you kind of reach out and you put your hand on his shoulder and you're like, I got something to take care of. We'll get to that. And you leave Maggie standing there and he looks down and he's like, and then you realize that moment never came. Not during that day, not the day that followed, not the week that followed.
Unfinished business. And broken promises. That just won't do.
You hear that voice once again. You claim you're brave, even though you're a coward. And you lean on those that you protect like they're crutches, not as a shield to protect you. Each of them has put their life on their line and offered opportunities. But you never accepted them.
Because I never felt worthy of accepting it.
Perhaps if you had opened your eyes, you might have.
Perhaps.
But here we are. And you find yourself walking along that path once again.
You never did say who you were. I don't even know where here is. Is this my own personal hell? Am I just trapped in limbo?
Are you going to walk the path, or are you going to stay and bark at the moon?
Walking the path seems to have the same result every time. Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. The literal definition of madness and insanity.
Your choice.
I'm not gonna walk the path. It's time to try and forge a different path and learn from those mistakes. How to be better and do better while doing so.
So you're gonna leave the path?
Yes.
You look, do you go left, right? Where do you go?
We are gonna go ahead and Scab would normally take the path of least resistance. I think this time it's time to take the path of most resistance.
So you're heading into the wilderness, not
Yeah.
the open field. You turn heading left, going into this wilderness, walking. The grass along, giving itself to winter as it crunches underneath the snow. Sharp stones dig at your paws as you walk through the snow. Snow falls from above from the canopy as you push through the pine. Every once in a while, it's some of the pine biting at your fur. And you wonder, and that hunger comes back, that desperation, the need to satiate yourself as you've been alone for so long.
Out in the open, wouldn't find much, but here at least one can keep himself protected and fed. Go ahead and search for something here.
You begin searching around, and it takes what feels like ages. And you eventually do come across something that could satiate you, a corpse. And you approach it and start trying to feed yourself, and as soon as you do, you're bombarded by larger, more bestial wolves. And they had seemed to use that as bait and begin to feast upon you. And you feel every last bite, every last tear as you're pulled apart and eaten. The sins that you carry, the cowardice, the selfishness, the guise that you wear, and physical manifestation as you find yourself looking back in a mirror again.
Stare at that mirror for a bit.
As you stare at it, you see the young Scabbard looking back at you. The child that used a pillow as a cape and a misshapen wooden sword. And a kitchen spoon that has been carved into resemble a small dagger.
How did I end up here? What did I do wrong?
The little Scabbard looks back at you from the mirror. Watches you, waiting for some sort of response.
Did they ask me something? If I could go back and change it, I probably would. But time for that's past.
The little Scav looks, I'm gonna grow up and I'm gonna be the strongest.
No, that was... I mean, strongest at taking a beating, sure. Probably stronger together than alone, though.
You look away for a moment from the mirror and you find yourself back in the desert, standing there on the dunes. And you look over and you see that little child of Scabbard laying there dead in the sand.
Approach the the scab corpse.
And you can see the body laying there, mangled, injured, long dead. The carrion have already picked at him some, and you
Try
look
and
above.
shoo them away.
They scamper a little bit, but they don't scatter. And Up above, you can see a black halo of crows and ravens above you.
You can't just leave them there like that. Clean them off. And bury them in the sand.
And all these crows along the sand are watching you as you do this. And as you finish and you rest on your knees next to where you buried them, you look at the blood on your hands and all over the front of you, and the little hands come up and grab you and pull you into the sand, and you see that face come up and the throat's been torn out by one of the carrion, and you hear the gurgled voice of the child go, "I don't want to grow up and be you, and I'm scared," as you're pulled under the sand back at that crossroads. And as you try to process what is going on, you're back in, while you're at the crossroads, snow falls around you, but each piece of snowflake is crimson red. And you look around you, there are shards of glass with memories playing out all around you, and you can see that there are hundreds of bodies around you. And as you look to each of them, you realize they're people you interacted with. And then you realize you've had an opportunity with every single one of these people that you've passed up.
What's the point of this? Trying to dictate some obituary of my own to me? Why are you showing me these?
You don't get a response.
I may be a coward, but at least I have the audacity to try and face it.
You don't get anything with your taunts.
I'm gonna push down the road.
Start walking again. You get up, start walking past all of these bodies and the broken glass and the snow, and eventually you find yourself on that road and once again walking along it.
I'm gonna approach this time, but not with ill intent.
The caravan once again. You move ahead, walking along this road, and you approach the caravan. That hunger gnawing at your stomach, that primal instinct to lash out.
Try and ignore it as best I can.
It snarls and snips as you approach, and you see one of the people that appear with this caravan, and you recognize the figure as a dragonborn, and you recognize the other figures as a Cayenne and a Mongo and a Nikolai.
think rather than trying to do anything here, I won't leave them alone, but try and ask for help in some way. Something that I'm terrible at doing, it seems.
The Dragonborn calls back, and you can't understand what they're saying. You don't speak their language. You only speak whatever a wolf would speak. You're not sure of how to approach the situation. And they toss a piece of food to you and head about their way.
I'll follow behind.
As you follow behind, you walk through a hall of mirrors that are hanging by golden threads, and you see all the times that, just like this action, you followed behind them. And yet shut yourself out so much that you just followed behind in the shadows. You might have been with the group, physically.
Take into account each and every single one of those moments and
It's
keep
overwhelming.
going.
You're trying to keep account of all of them, but there's so many of them.
And I keep going.
And you feel those shards along you, the coldness spreading throughout you as you come back to that crossroads once again, empty and hollow, just the thin pinpoint light coming down on you as you stand there.
What is in any direction?
You can't see anything in any direction, just darkness.
I am lost. I don't know what to do. What would the others do?
Hmm?
What would anyone else do?
It's not their fate. This is entirely on you.
I'm thinking out loud here. What would they do? Oh no, what would I do? There's nothing I can do. It's like all I can do is just wait.
And that voice comes back once again. Wait for an opportunity just like you did before. How circular your actions are.
Wait to seize the moment.
And almost like a massive glass of ceiling comes crashing down. From the darkness, you see shards of glass coming down about all the times you waited to seize the moment and they passed.
feel like this thing's trying to break me.
And you just see an endless field glistening off in the darkness of broken moments. While you sit there and contemplate this, hi, Anne.
Yes.
As you're sitting in the divine realm, having a drink with your sister, you are enjoying the roots and labors of other gods. This renowned, beautiful, burlesque bartender. She sets a drink in front of you, and she's like, "Oh no. To answer your question, nobody worships me. I've retired here."
Oh.
And she's like, "Yeah, really don't need a god of breweries these days." And Osling looks over to you, Cayenne, and she's like, "Cayenne,
Hmm.
do you feel that?"
What am I feeling right now?
It's a sense of dread, like something important regarding your godhood has come up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Something doesn't feel right.
no. Maybe we should go investigate.
I think that would be a good idea. And I'm basically going to explain as respectfully as possible that I disagree that there is a need for deities of breweries.
Says the one starting up a brewery.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's this rotund, beautiful, burlesque woman that has these big, giant mutton chops that are fiery red.
Definitely will be coming back here to get tips of the trade from her.
Yep. You'll be able to pick up her name as well when you come back.
Yeah, because the sense of impending doom kind of takes precedence right now.
So, you and Osling head out to back to that gate station, essentially, to head to where you need to go. And she makes a right to head off to another gate area where basically everything here is in the divine language, and you see to divine realm. It's like a subway junction to your divine realm, I guess. Or instant travel there, bullet train, I guess. And I'm assuming you head down that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head down this direction, and suddenly you just blip into your divine realm. And Osling put her hand on you, and she stands in your divine realm. And she stands out because of her nature. It's like if Hades visited Islam. She looks over to you and she just like, the sun is too warm.
I'll fix it. I'll still keep it temperate, but I'll fix it to where it's not like sun glaring down.
She's like, Oh, you keep it way too cheery up here.
I take over the sun and the nature side, and there's a lot of creatures here.
Yeah, I can see the giant mushroom.
That is Mongo's doing.
Of course it would be Mongo.
He planted a mushroom here, and then Stella had babies. There's a new mushroom here. All of the mushrooms are different from the last time you've seen them.
Hmm. The chat with their humor. So pale that the glare is like the death laser mirror. So, as you're there, you may do a religion roll with advantage since you're in your divine realm.
Do. With advantage is a 14.
Oof. Oof, you're doing great tonight. Luckily, there's not an Olympic-sized bar to cross over. You kind of tap into your nature to find out what is actually wrong. And Osling just kind of crouches down and examines a flower while you do that. And it hits you like someone pulling the string on a very heavy bass guitar, and you're standing next to the speaker. Scavard has perished and he is being judged.
I think that snapped me back pretty quick. That stupid fucking lizard. I'm surprised you didn't feel it or pick up on it first.
Osling stands up. What? I'm not in my divine realm, so I can't really connect to what's going on.
Well, apparently, Scav has perished and is being judged.
Do you want to make bets on which realm he goes to?
I'm more or less curious, how did he perish? What caused this? Because I obviously was not there. So now I'm at a loss of how did this happen? When the last thing I remember is we are all at camp together.
Time still passes while we're here.
I am curious to see where he's gonna go, but I'm also wondering who is judging him right now.
Osling looks over. We already know who's judging him.
I can only imagine his judgment is not going very well.
Nobody's judgment goes well when it goes that direction.
I just want to know how this happened. What did he do?
Well,
If it was a freak accident, or if he provoked someone or something.
well, if he survives the judgment, punch him really hard for me for his stupidity. Just don't re-kill him.
No. But I think Kippa might bring him pretty close to a second round.
This is bad.
This is very bad. Mainly because I don't know how it happened.
And we have no control over it. We just have to wait. Oh, I guess we found the bad side of being a god.
Yeah. So what do we do? Do we just sit here twiddling our thumbs and just wait? Because we can't exactly just bamf to where he's being judged. Like, we're just kind of, I guess, in our own limbo.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. Actually, I don't think he would get ownership of his soul.
I was going to say, he's not pledged to me at all.
I own his soul.
Yes, you do.
Meaning, even if he passes judgment, he's going to the hells. He's going to my realm to suffer for the end of eternity until he makes amends.
I can only imagine what his torment would be. Because
Yeah.
he's never done anything evil around any of us. But at the same time, I also haven't seen what he's done on the sidelines, aside from what he's told us.
Cayenne.
Mm.
Those are a minor detail in the grand aspect of things. It's what your soul does. There are some people that are so innocent, that they just get a free pass on the judgment. There are people so evil that get a free pass on the judgment. I just hope Scav figures it out.
If I know Scav, he's determined enough to try to do anything that he can to make sure that he figures something out and fixes what he screws up. As many times as he's broken something and basically had to rub his nose in it and tell him, no, that's bad, and he's fixed it, I'm sure he'll, I guess, figure out how to make amends and atone during his judgment phase.
She goes and sits under a tree, and you can see that how pale she is in your realm, even though you've turned down the brightness a little bit. That her skin has that little bit of translucency to it. Well, I guess we do what the mortals do and sit here and wait.
Yep. In the meantime, I can literally grow us anything here to snack on.
Huh. How about some sour apples? I've always
I'll
been
get-
fond of the green ones.
I'll get to work on some Granny Smiths.
Back to you. What do you think of anything?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Now is not the time to stall out there, bud.
It's really not. I still don't even know who I'm dealing with.
It might not be for you to know.
Keep pushing on.
What are you looking to push on to? Share
Get an
your thoughts out
idea
loud.
of what is going on. Why is this happening? Without information, I can't really do anything here.
You have plenty of information.
I do not. Not enough.
Fire up the second brain cell.
Fuck you.
Time to put in some overdrive work there. Overclock it.
Why am I even doing any of this here? As far as I know, I already belong to Nevaeh.
Judgment still needs to be had.
And as far as I know, that judgment is to be dealt by the Lady of Blood. You are not her, so who the hell are you?
You don't get a response back.
Is it cowardice? Annoyance? Perhaps you have no relation to her at all. And perhaps this is all just a sham.
You feel droplets of what feels like rain come down, and you can see pinpoint lights appear all around you, and you can see that it's your family members as children, and you can see them crying from moments in time where you could have had an opportunity to comfort them and you had passed on it.
Yes, I did this, and yes, I've made these mistakes. I failed. You can only grow from failures. You can only learn from your mistakes.
Do you grow as a weed that is nothing but a coward? Ignorant to those that are around you and destroy everything you touch?
I may have destroyed things, but I've built things as well. Friendships, a family, helps those in need, put others before myself. All things that, as a child, I probably never would have done, but I've learned to do because of what I used to do.
And you see the moments as these various people and many others are adults where they could use a moment of support that you ignored as well. Many of those that you call family and friends.
I refuse to believe that I've done all of this.
You're a weed, and this is your fruit to bear. Every single one of these people needed you at some point, and you didn't offer a hand, much less a leaf.
Perhaps. Perhaps I failed. Perhaps many slipped through the cracks, failed to support that. It's not too late to fix such things. Even with me gone. I suppose, yes, I probably do deserve this. And yes, I am a coward. Yes, I've could have done better. Should have done better. And yes, I'm not perfect. No one is. No one at all.
As you stand there and you say this, you look ahead of you, and right directly in front of you, within arm's reach, you can see the little scabbard looking up at you, and you can see tears welling up in his eyes as you proclaim all of this.
I should have been better. Perhaps it's not too late. Maybe it might be, but I know one thing, though. Everything that I've done, everything that I have left behind, I did so doing what I believed what was right, to try and help those, and to do what I could. Could I have done more? Perhaps.
And the little kobold looks up at you. Why weren't you there for me? And as you look back at it, you can see that it's a child version of Cayenne.
I may not have been there physically. I was doing everything I could to try and keep you safe. I just failed to see to it that I was there by your side when you needed most.
As you say that, you see a child Mongo standing there. I just wanted a hug.
So did I. And perhaps I should have given more. But I was blinded by all those constant threats and stories and worried too much about everybody else.
And then you see Nikolai. Sorry isn't good enough.
No,
You
it's
broke
not.
things.
It's not good enough. Should have done more. I need to do more. Left too much unfinished business.
And then you just see that dragonborn before you again as a child, like, Why?
Because I'm a stupid and naive fool. I know better now. I just hope you're all willing to forgive me.
As you say that, when you look around, you see all of the people you have lost, shadows of them standing all around you.
That goes for everyone here. I have wronged every single one of you without even realizing it.
As you say that, you see all of the people that you have killed. And droplets of rain come from the sky above you. As you can see, every single person and every single being you have killed standing around you. Their injuries and death stares to bear on you.
I have slain many. Many of which who deserved it, some of them probably not. Mostly out of sheer self-defense, other times in defending others. Unfortunate and cold truth to this world we live in. Necessary evils.
They all speak as a choked cacophony voice, calling you selfish.
Perhaps. Perhaps I was so lost in my own ideology of a perfect world. Never really focused on what really mattered most.
And then, as you stand there, you see a path to your right and a path to your left. The path to your left is a vast battlefield, and the path to your right is a peaceful road.
Everyone has made mistakes, even the gods. Some of the worst evils come out of the best of intentions. Leading down a path of destruction is just pointless. I strive for peace. I once took a vow for vengeance and nearly lost myself to evil. Took a vow of devotion, was cast out. Understand that there's a need for both. My vow is for order, balance. I strive for peace when necessary, do what I must to try and gain that peace. I protect those who need to be protected and strike down those who would harm others. I help those in need, yet I fail to have helped myself. I can't do that anymore.
So, Kyan, You blip back in at the temple that you left at, and you can see that Maggie is there, Fought is there, and the researchers are there, and you can see Maggie and Fought are sitting together, and Maggie is trying to teach Fought something.
I don't know if I should be scared.
Your call, what do you do?
I'm going to approach.
And as you approach, Maggie's like, you can see that it's a children's picture book,
Aww.
and then it kind of comes together for you that Fought has his little nightcap on and his little like sleepy bath time robe on, and that Maggie is actually reading him a bedtime story.
Oh. That's way too cute. I'm going to approach quietly, especially if Maggie is putting Fought to sleep.
And you just see Fought drooping more and more, and eventually his head is resting on Maggie's little leggy. And you can see his little eyes just close little by little as Maggie reads the story. Not moving too much, but he's using voices and gestures to make the pages more alive for
Aw.
Fought. And eventually you just see Fought fall asleep. And Maggie looks up at you. Diane, wait. You're not with the boys?
What has happened?
They figured you would catch up to wherever they were going.
Working on that. I bamped back here. Did an oops.
What did Scab... Okay, what god did Scab piss off now?
So, apparently in the time that I was whisked away to the city of the gods, essentially, apparently Scav gave his life protecting everyone else.
They only left hours ago.
He's being judged right now.
Oh, he's so fucked. He doesn't have the wisdom to go before a god that's going to judge you. I mean, granted, he pats Fought on the head gently. I made a very fine proposal to the god, and they agreed. It was an acceptable proposal, and it didn't even count as a strike against me. I will fuck you royally, and you will see stars that the god has never seen. He looks up at you.
And Maggie has earned the right to make a god speechless. Because Cayenne has no idea what to say to that.
I mean, a god can't judge you if they're screaming your name and going, "Oh, yes."
Maggie was the most innocent one aside from Sunny. What?
He is a bard.
I mean, that's true, but still. Lord.
Maggie's like, that aside. Means we're gonna have to probably... Wait, fuck up.
Well, I'm just hoping that Scav
Nice, so
figures
stuff
out
is
how
just
to
like-
atone for however he's being judged, because as far as things are considered, Osling does lay claim to his soul.
Oh, so he is going to hell no matter what.
I would assume that if he were judged to be given a second chance, he would be able to come back, but the moment that he goes back on it, he's just going to be ripped to the hells.
The gods are very petty and repentant if someone comes back from the dead, and it's, you know, I have seen it happen. Watching someone dragged to hell is not a pleasant sight. There's a lot of screaming, crying, pleading, flesh tearing. That's quite horrific.
I don't know what's going to happen to Scav. I really don't. All I'm doing is just sitting and waiting. Like, I don't even know what or why this happened. Like, if this was just some kind of freak accident, like someone attacked our camp, because the last thing I remember is I was at the camp with everyone and everyone was fine. And now
Well,
this.
Well, you happen to be a god, and I guess when godly duties require your full attention. Hey, Nate.
My computer just isn't working right now.
Okay. So, yeah, we wake up Fought, and or we let Fought sleep until they get here, because where they're gonna go?
I don't even know. The only way I even knew about this was after me and Osling left the temple and went to my realm. We got this mutual sense of dread.
Well, I do believe, I don't know shit about gods outside of obvious things, that maybe because he's an important person to you, that when he kind of showed up on your radar of, he, kind of made a loud blip.
Yeah. I can only assume that he is being judged by someone that we all know. Someone that you know as well.
Oh no. Oh God. I'm so sorry. He might not make it back.
I think that Scav has what it takes to be able to pass his judgment. He just needs to really think about his choices and his answers and how he deals with this situation. I know that seems like a major task, but I know he's more than capable of doing so.
He's not going to be the same after being judged by her.
That may be true, but it in all essences, it would still be Scav regardless. If he's missing a horn, or missing half his face, missing a tail, missing a couple of limbs, or he's just emotionally scarred, it'd still be Scav.
I don't think his soul is going to be able to bear the weight of being judged by her in the living life.
If anything, me and Osling can think of something together to
Oh.
make the outcome easier. But I would have to talk to Osling about that. Right now we're waiting. I don't know how long this judgment's going to take.
Meanwhile, you guys, in full-fledged panic,
Trying not to also kill the camel.
Yeah.
But if it has to, it has to.
Kill the camel.
so a little bit passes as you sit with Maggie and you listen to Fott sleeping. You hear a loud thud somewhere outside the camp.
I think we killed the camel.
And Maggie looks over. They can't bring him into the temple because of the temple's own god of death.
Oh,
We'll have to do this outside.
go outside.
Yeah, she doesn't like him.
And
Like fuck, and everybody else.
you see the cart there, ramshackled together. It's
Again.
full of holes and burn marks and damage, barely holding together. And you can see that the camel has collapsed on the ground with foam coming out of its mouth. Its eyes rolled up into its head.
Oh man.
And you see Mongo and Nikolai get out of the cart, and you see Mongo carrying Scavard's lifeless body with his entire front soaked in blood.
That's right, he's also singed from being burned by godly lightning. Forgot about that.
And Nikolai is not in his Reacher magic.
And Jir's like, yeah, the egg got scrambled. And Jir even looks rough around the edges.
What even happened?
Jir, today I learned from the scroll. Roaming orc bandit, ambush, not so good. Oh, exploding children as well.
Yep.
Where do you take Scav?
As far as Mongo knows, up to the temple to get him as close to anyone who can fucking help.
Yeah.
Do you stop Mongo before he gets to the temple, Cayenne?
Yeah. Do I know if Scav is still being judged right now?
You don't know. But you can see the giant gaping holes in the front of him where, so he was stabbed with a blade that basically has shark teeth that have, barbed wires on them, and it was twisted around in him.
It's the worst fish bobbing ever.
He's certainly holy now.
Move your mic closer. Tom.
Sorry.
Say something.
Well,
Yeah, as Mongo is trying to not incur more damage on Scav, he is like one arm over trying to get him, and as soon as Jir said, one had got scrambled. Scrambled? He got fucking shish kebabbed!
If you pick up your mic and move it a little bit closer to the actual stand, that'd be perfect. I really need to buy the extensions for these so I can reset them. Whatever updates went through
There was no updates.
before, when all this started happening and I
Yeah.
had to recalibrate,
Yeah.
really said fuck you to our sound system.
Yeah.
So Cayenne stops you before you can get to the temple, and you see Maggie coming up, and you see Fott coming up in his pajamas.
Yeah, and just kind of yell, he's not breathing!
Maggie looks over and races in. Yeah, it's because he's dead.
Yeah, kind of want to undo that.
Oh, right.
Somebody says we've got less than 24 hours now. So how the fuck do we do this?
Oh,
It's kind of a. I know that you're immediately going to panic, but there's no other way to explain this. It's basically a waiting game right now.
But like,
Who do we tap on the shoulder to move up in line?
Bot's like
You don't.
motions for you to lay him down on a spot,
Lay him down.
and he motions for his bag, and Maggie hands it to him. He starts setting up what looks like a actual like transmutation circle of some sort.
Yeah, I'm helping whatever way I can.
Religions from everybody that's alive.
Feel a little left out there, bud?
Nah, it seems appropriate.
I got a whole 10.
Diane's like, whoop-de-doo.
19.
18 somehow.
As you're doing your religion and helping each of you with a candle, say something to Scav to the beyond.
You can't do this, man. You have a kid coming.
And you're hearing these prayers.
You don't want to leave your kid like your mom and dad left you, do you?
You want to kick him in the jaw?
Damn, did you?
God damn, dude.
Damn.
I'll hurt you later.
Wow.
You're important now.
I think I kicked him much harder when I said he missed Fott's birthday.
Oof.
That one hurt. But that one, I will hurt you later.
Just try to rile you. That's all.
Next.
I can't do things legally at the moment. You will feel pain.
All right, who's next?
If it pisses you off enough to come back and punch me, that works.
Gav, I don't know what you did, who you made angry, or what happened. But last thing I remember was the fact that you never gave up on anything. And this is very uncharacteristic of you to give up like this, regardless of how many holes are in your body. You better get your ass back here.
Look, if Scav's proved anything, when he sets his mind to something, nobody's getting in the fucking way. He's not going to do it gracefully. Might not be the best way to go about it. But he always comes through.
Yeah, you hear these at the crossroads. You know, that fucking call out. First he's barbecued, then he's shish kebab, and now he's salted.
He's a well-seasoned adventurer.
But you hear these at the crossroads.
They still need me. I can't stop here. And I won't let you stop me either, even if I have to fight you for it.
He's ready to be served. I could just see something. He dies, and everybody's like, well, he provided one last thing, a delicious meal.
Gerald will have a feast.
Well, he's only 2 feet tall. He'll have a damn good snack.
But yes, you
That's my response to that, to whoever this is, that's keeping me here.
you see the two crossroads still there, the battlefield and the serene path. I can see the fucking brain cells.
Like, seriously, what's the contemplation here, buddy? You see, Fought light a candle and he sets it down. And he's like, "You forgot Fought's birthday because it wasn't important, but you had more important things to do."
I don't know which one would make the most sense. Scav's always trying to go for peace. But at the same time, it's a constant fucking battle to get there. So
Anybody want to give him a clue?
don't go into the light.
Don't go into the light, Caroline. I just went full poltergeist.
From what I was able to hear, I am totally with you. You might be a little bit confused there, and I would be probably a little bit confused myself right now.
Yeah, there's not enough context clues here.
Oh, there's
I mean,
more than enough.
There's probably overthinking it.
I could explain it in dumb English, but that just takes away from the moment.
You might have to, because this is probably above me at the moment.
I just like riddles.
I choose to make peace with and correct the mistakes that I have made. I choose to go back. That's all I can say.
There is no back, there's only two directions to go.
Then I go the direction that would lead me back. That's the answer you get, because I don't know which one it's gonna be, so.
Really?
I don't know how to answer it here.
Hey, Nate,
I don't have
check
enough
your
info.
messages.
Did you see Gladiator?
There you go, Tom.
A
You
really
know now,
fucking
too.
long time since I've seen it, man.
Everybody is face palming right now because they know.
I haven't seen Gladiator in almost.
It has nothing to do with Gladiator.
Fucking know then.
It's not specifically to do with Gladiator. That is correct.
Mayor's known the whole time. Oh my god, they fucking chat with the salt. It's above me at the moment. You're not 6 feet under yet.
God damn.
Like,
I don't know whoever said that, but you're great.
It's our usual. It's our lore master.
yes, one more thing. I'm trying to make it natural. One more thing. I'm telling Scav. Remember, Scav, anything I taught you when you were trying to build stuff, anything worth doing is not easy.
Roll a religion to see if he hears it.
Natural 20. Right
He
there.
hears it loud and clear. You see brief visage of your family gathered around you as you lay there, praying to try and bring you back. And you see Jir actually pick up a candle, and he kind of gets down. He's like, "Oh, mind if I stand? Hold back. I don't know you, Egg, personally, but you fought well in. While you may be shish kebab and ready for dinner, you were decent. To be fair, you smell fucking delicious right now."
You did say Jir could eat you. Your dad, so
It is
we
on
were
the
present.
fucking contract.
We were all present.
I'm done taking the easy path. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna fight for it. I'm going down the path that makes sense.
Well, which path is that?
2 on the nose.
It's 2 on the nose.
That's pretty awesome. Go for it. You're a bard.
Not technically.
It's in your genes, motherfucker.
Oh, well, that is true. He fucking wore pants anyway.
Yeah. Your father's bardness is all up in you.
You gotta find a better way to phrase that that's not fucking gross.
I think it makes more sense to go into the battlefield because, like, if you think of
Mongo,
it as a metaphor,
It's all over you.
you still gotta fight to lead.
I think
Go
my
ahead,
headset just
Mongo.
died on me.
You not keep your stuff charged.
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, I have old garbage.
The future is now, old man.
Focus.
Okay, so seriously, we just have to fucking wait.
You see Fought just kind of... yeah. It's not our fights.
Mongo, to give you perspective, his soul is being judged. Unfortunately, I can't judge him. Osling can't judge him. We have to wait until Scav makes his choice on the other side. And we know that he's going to do whatever it takes to make sure he makes the best choice with us considered.
So in other words, we just yell at his corpse until he fucking comes back.
Yeah, I
Like you said.
figured I'd get a rile out of him and tell him he's got
Yeah.
a kid that needs him.
As terrible as it
Alright.
sounds, technically yes.
Alright, get right down wherever I think he hears from. On the side of his head.
What are you doing?
We just have to have patience and faith in this.
Not my strong suits. Make sure it's on.
What are you doing? Am I gonna have to hurt you too? Oh, I don't like that grin. I don't like that grin.
So there's this musician. Why is someone to myself once saying, love is a battlefield. So get your fucking ass back here. 'Cause you're not fucking done yet.
Well, I am not going down the right path. I'm going to take the one to the left. because if I'm gonna go ahead and do this, I'm gonna fight for it.
I need everybody to roll a religion. Pot gets the big dice.
I got a 16.
I got a little under that.
Just a little under.
Well,
Oh, that's not bad.
It's above half, so that's good.
yeah, but the DM just said, "Uh-oh." That might be a bad thing.
That might be a bad thing.
Religion. 22.
Well, on the plus side, Tyr got a 1,
That's a plus side.
but fuck got an 18.
Nice.
Plus whatever his bonus is.
So the hunger's taking over for Jir?
Secretly praying to for him not to come back.
It smells so good.
Freshly cooked barbecue.
Perfectly roasted.
Cayenne, darling, as you're making your prayer and everybody else is praying, you see two glowing eyes in the darkness as they approach the lit candles. And you see this absolutely stunning gentleman walk up to the ring of the prayer. And he's got his entire face is shrouded by a fountain of black hair. And he's wearing an open shirt, so his chest is exposed. And he looks over and he's like, he crosses his arms. And if you want to do an insight, you can.
I got a 6.
Oh, you're enamored by this being that other people can't see. And he crouches down outside of the thing, and you can feel coolness between you guys where you're at.
That's not good.
Seeping coolness.
Yep.
And you hear, Scavard, my love. In your dreams, you promised me a fuck. You better come back, or I will collect in the afterlife. And the figure stands up gracefully.
What?
Who the fuck is this?
Ooh.
Oh.
And he bows an invisible hat and takes a step back, and you just hear something on the wind. You guys hear something on the wind. And as you look over in the moonlight that is creeping across, you just see a scatter of bats turn into smoke.
Oh no. I don't like that.
And you hear that in the realm.
Oh,
In
and
the
it just
judgment.
went off on who that's it.
Yeah, you just figured that out?
Yeah, it took a sec.
Oh, shit. How? Why? What?
All right,
I don't like that.
I'm ready to fucking fight for my life here, and I will fight God over a goddamn bagel if I have to.
As you walk into the battlefield, you see that young Scavard there, and he has his wooden sword and a shield. And he looks over to you and he just says, very much in the young Scavard voice, "You're a bully and I'm going to beat you."
And walk over and
Before you walk over, you look down at your hand and you see a sword in your hand, and it's just absolutely soaked in blood, just dripping off. You can see your shield.
okay. look at this child version of me and
he runs at you and fucking cold cocks you with that sword, and you can feel a rib crack.
oh,
Ow.
And you can see tears in his eyes as he looks up at you. You're mean and selfish.
put my weapon away.
And he brings that sword around and he sinks it right into your gut all the way through. And twists, and you can feel all the fragments of wood just breaking off inside of you. A flash of when you were stabbed initially from that blade.
I'm gonna grab the handle of that sword and try and wrest it from the child Scab's hands.
It's like an iron grip. You can't get it loose.
All right, then I will just simply, I don't know, fucking hug him. Maybe he just needs a little bit of comfort.
And as you hug him, he bites down on you, and you can feel the chunk of meat taken away.
That's okay. I deserve this.
And you just see, you can feel the area becoming colder.
Go ahead and just fucking squeeze.
And as you squeeze,
Give him
the
blood.
scenario resets, and the kid looks over at you. You're dumb and selfish.
So are you.
You're the worst adult.
And you were a stupid child. You forget you and I were the same. We need to be better.
You're never gonna be better. And he runs up and swings that sword at you.
This
again.
time I'm gonna try and block it with the shield.
It deflects off the shield, but you can feel it throughout your arm as your forearm. You can feel micro fractures along your forearm.
Stop this. This is pointless.
And as you say that, the blade comes around and goes right through you.
I block it again.
Nope.
No. All right. I don't want to fight you, buddy. But if I got it, I'm not holding back.
Is that what you said to all those that you failed? And the kid stabs you again. And the area becomes even cooler around Scav.
I think I'm gonna have to actually fight myself. This is gonna suck. Alright. I'm just gonna go ahead and have to hit him with the shield this time. Knock some sense into him.
Nate's over there like, he's pulling a fucking Picard over there.
I don't know what to do here other than fight back.
So the easy road again.
No, the easy route would have been to just simply give up and go down the path of peace. Which is something that Scabbard would do.
Everybody else could probably pick up what's happening. And you go to do that, and the kid comes around and stabs your forearm, and it comes out the other side of the shield as he twists it, and you can feel the bone just shatter.
Why are we even doing this?
Because you're a coward,
And what
and
is
you're
that?
a bully.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not. That's just another lie. Just like you said to Mongo.
I am truly sorry that I have failed you.
Didn't fail me, you made me. And he
Technically,
stabs you again, and you can just
You're
feel the
not
blade
wrong.
sink through. You're feeling all this pain as it happens, too.
I bet.
You guys could keep praying and throwing things at Scabbard.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something to say that isn't obvious.
I hate to say
Trying
it,
to
but
keep
that's
it
gonna be really
organic.
fucking hard, my guy. Because I am lost here.
And it resets, and the kid's looking over at you. And he starts to move towards you with that sword again.
Don't want to hurt you.
You already did by growing up and being an asshole. You made us a shitty person. I wanted to care for the people, and you made me not interact with them. You killed me to grow up. And the kid walks up and just hits you with that sword again. Scav's
I think I know what to say, but I can't. It would be totally metagaming. I'm trying to come up with a way to say it without it being a metagaming situation.
Yep. I don't know what to do here.
Come on.
Fuck, I really don't want to fight. I've tried the diplomacy route. That didn't fucking work.
Did you know?
Did you try the diplomacy route?
Yes, I did.
Really?
Gotta think about the moral of the story. It all comes back to that.
Okay. So Scabbard, gotta wake up. Remember all the things that you've promised to make right that you haven't yet. You have to pay your dues.
Religion.
You can't just give up. $16.
You can hear echoes of what is being said on the other side.
I gotta... I'm not sure if it's the right thing, but I gotta fight my former self, it seems.
Go for it.
And... break those old ways. So yeah,
Make an attack.
I am fighting back.
Make an attack.
That is a 24.
Roll 66.
6d6. That is a lot of fucking dice.
It's a child.
Even the hatred
That is
become
20,
Darth Scav.
23. I want to make it clear though that I am doing this non-lethally.
Like
You,
to deal 23 points of damage to my inner child non-lethally.
You bring the sword around, and next thing it kind of moves a bit, and you realize that you've just used your sword to basically hack the child up into small pieces. And as you stand there in this battlefield, and you can hear the sounds of war all around you, you look around and you can see that the various people you've affected and all the children they've lost that would never be born, laying dead on the battlefield.
I just killed a part of myself, didn't I? Let's hope it was the right one. The bad side of me.
Zombie looks distraught.
So I think I know what should be done in a situation.
Yeah,
It's just how to.
how to like have the character like say something, because I can totally just say the words, but Nikolai doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you carry on. Sekira, I responded to you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you start walking along this way. And just seeing the battlefield that you've caused,
Interesting way of going about
the violence that you have caused, the acts of selfishness that you have propagated, the lives you've ended, the lives to be that you ended.
I'm looking forward to this myself for Nikolai, because he's probably killed some people he shouldn't have.
And
know of one.
you hear the familiar voice of a female dragon. Killing is the easy part.
I don't like that. I know this voice, don't I?
And then you hear a male dragon voice. I've killed 2.
Do I recognize these voices?
Oh, yeah. It is unsettling to you as you walk down this path.
It shouldn't be this natural to do so.
And you hear your inner voice speak. But you're a dragon. It's your blood right.
That doesn't mean that I need to act upon it. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't.
You guys can all perform a religion.
I got
23.
7.
I got significantly lower than that.
Did you pull a jeer?
Just can't get
Being in
enough
this
of the
close proximity of Scabbard and the condition he's in, you agree with jeer.
It's just done and gone.
Oh, it smells good.
You really want some
Cooked
barbecue?
lizard.
You just want some barbecue now.
Your inner feisty is like, ooh, barbecue.
Damn cats. They want to eat anything.
Oh, you know Mongo would not eat just anything. Except I think you would.
It has to smell deliciously barbecued.
Then again, he's been out in the sun all day. Is that barbecue or is that jerky?
Yes.
And then, as these prayers go off, Mongo stands before you once again and looks at you and crosses his arms. You think I'm a liar, that I lie about everything. You don't believe a word I say.
It's not entirely true.
Now who's lying?
It's true that I believe you never tell the whole truth. But I also understand you have your reasons. Mongo, do you forgive me for what I've done?
And Mongo turns and walks off. And then you come to the next person. And it's Cayenne, and she looks over to you as you stand before her. I'm nothing more than a religious tool for you, a way to learn more about gods.
That's not true. Your family. I care a lot about you, out of all of you.
And she looks at you and turns and walks off as well. And then you come to Nikolai, and you see Nikolai look up at you. What's there to say? You don't appreciate my creations or my creativity. You think you can do better.
Now you and I both know that that's a blatant lie. You're one of the brightest minds I know.
And he turns and walks off as well to the battlefield in a different direction. And then you come to the next one, which is the familiar Dragonborn looking down at you. I was just an instrument for you to learn how to fight. Nothing more. And they turn and walk off before you can respond. If someone has to roll low, at least it was Mongo.
Yeah. Right now, the people that are alive are the ones that probably shouldn't be rolling, or should be rolling low. Not going to
Do you
really
carry
matter.
on?
I do, but I'm also trying to figure out here, like, what am I doing wrong?
And then you come to the next one. And it's a familiar little fuzzy one. And she looks at you. I've already accepted the fact that your duty is more important.
That's really not true.
And she starts to walk off.
That's not fair either.
And you're just looking to raise your heir and your honor.
I care way more than you realize.
You look like you're about to cry.
Way more than you could possibly hope to understand. I'm just really fucking terrible at showing it.
She's already walked off into the battlefield. And then as you walk forward, there's silence. And then you see basically wood is equivocal to war pikes with bodies stuck to it. And it's other members of this gear, people that Mongo, Nikolai, and Cayenne consider close friends and allies, stuck to these pikes, long dead, with a sign around their neck that says means to an end.
That's wrong.
Hmm?
That's wrong. I can't leave him up there like that.
Take them all down.
I don't know what I've done wrong to each of you. Let's have to make it right.
And after you carry out this task and move on, you can feel a bit lighter. And you eventually come to a pristine area with a single light coming down, a round temple-like room. And in the middle of the room, you see a egg, a very familiar egg. and you feel a hand on your shoulder, and it's a visage of you. And they put a sword in your hand and motion towards the egg. You know what to do. They can't take the spotlight off you.
No. I will not do that. I'm not gonna attack that. I'd sooner give my own life than bring harm to anyone that doesn't deserve it.
And you see the various versions of you throughout the years, and they all whisper to you, is that true?
I know it's true.
We don't know it's true.
It's what I believe to be true. Hell, it's what I've done. It's how I got into this whole situation.
Pretty obvious on what to do here. You guys can do another you guys can keep doing them.
Because you threw me off with your response there. Oh, okay. It's interesting.
Out of
result, so.
13.
What are you saying, Cayenne?
Oh,
Natural 20, but I have no idea what the fuck to say.
Be inspiring, Nikolai.
yeah, I got the same thing.
Be inspiring, Tom.
Look, the last
I'm
thing
almost
that I
waiting
said
for-
was like the fucking most I can get, okay? I had to scrape the
I'm
bottom
almost
right
waiting
over
for
it.
Nature's to quote Galaxy Quest at this point.
Never give up.
Never
Never surrender.
You fucking asshole.
Oh, fuck, I got lightheaded about that one.
Go for it, Cayenne.
Whoa.
I think he was so good.
Scav, do you realize how angry
Okay, my
Kippa's
vision's
gonna
back.
be about this?
Oh, that hurts, especially right now.
I don't think you want I don't think you want an angry wife.
No.
You
No.
know, as the saying goes, happy wife, happy life.
In this case, it's a dragon.
Do we hear this? Ourselves?
You hear each other.
Oh,
You
okay,
hear
okay,
Scav.
okay. All right, it gives me something to work with then. Yeah, Scav. I was thinking, like, if you die, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna hunt you down to kill you myself. But Kippa, you're white. Gods won't even talk to her. What do you think she's going to do to you if you die here?
Oh yeah, Kippa's not going to stop at anything.
It's the best I got.
Yeah, you're
Feels like a
standing there with
waste
the
of a
various
natural 20.
versions of yourself, that egg before you and a sword in your hand.
I'm not breaking the egg. I'm keeping it
know what-
protected.
I think I know what you should do here, but I
I'm pretty sure everybody knows what you should do here.
have no insight as to.
Honestly, the best thing you can
what
do
you're
is
seeing.
just fucking blurt it out. Because I'm never gonna get
That's
it.
metagaming.
I'm too fucking, like, stupid to figure this one out, guys.
It would be against decorum to just tell you what to do. It's your character.
But yeah, I'm not giving up on this, and I'm not gonna do anything to bring harm to that.
And they say in a unison, then do what is right.
How about this?
No,
No,
no
no.
metagaming. I think he's putting it together.
Not really. I'm lost.
Send it over to you. Meepsy.
At this point, I will let him phone a friend, because he's literally a cunt hair from failure. You're like, fuck! I've been keeping tracks of things over here on my side.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell to do in this situation, so
Pretty obvious.
not to me.
Send you a message. I don't know. If that is right, let me know and I can think of something. Ah, okay. Okay.
What do you do? Think of something.
I'm putting my weapons away. I'm not doing anything to bring harm to the egg.
You try to put the weapon away, and you can't. As soon as you try to put the weapon away, you lunge towards the egg.
I'd rather sooner plunge that blade into myself than hurt the egg.
Give yourself an insight on that one. He's like, holy shit, I get to roll a die?
Incite yourself. Okay.
That is a 21.
That might be an idea.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm throwing myself upon my weapon before I bring harm to that egg.
I need you guys to do another religion.
I got an 8.
Oof. Do you just poke the body with a stick?
Probably.
I'm
start to carve
I'm
off
grabbing
chunks
the
of meat
shoulders
for-
and shaking,
for,
going, wake the fuck up.
14.
That's a 1. Just 1.
You pull out. You see Nikolai just light a little ember and look over at Scav.
Yeah, that works.
And you see that too, Cayenne.
Like, can't let him rot here. At least we can collect his ashes and bring him back to Kippo.
But the contract.
It's my brother. What do I have to pay you to get out of this contract, Bart?
But it's already prepared.
You once asked me to respect your rights and traditions here. I asked you to respect mine.
Cheers, missing out on a good meal.
We did bring back part of that other guy, the one with the gizmo that you liked that was so bothersome. Do you want to chomp down on that one?
Start gather wood and putting it under him.
Sad cheer noises.
I might have an idea for a trade that might make
I'm
Deer
sorry,
happy,
buddy. I rolled a 1.
but it goes against Cayenne's druid nature.
Cayenne,
What I expected you to do. Kind of surprised you
you're
didn't rig
kind of
something up to make him walk
petrified
home
at what you
himself.
see. You see a figure you've never seen before. And they step out of the shadows, and you can see they have a rather grisly looking sickle. And they almost look like one of the, almost like a unearthed jester from Barella. And you see the mask distort into a large smile and drool coming out of their mouth as they raise that sickle. And you can see the strands above scabbard, and you can see where that sickle is going to go.
Shit.
And you hear the familiar voice of the Lady of Blood. Just one. Not all of them. And you see this figure. A smile lessens a little bit as they look over at the Lady of Blood. With what you can assume is disappointment. And they reach out and weave that sickle between one of the strings and pulls it, and you can just see it snap instantly. And as you blink, both of the figures are gone.
What just happened?
You guys didn't see shit.
No, I'm preparing the funeral pyre.
Wait, did his judgment end?
Yep.
Oh, lovely.
Uh, you see Fought go over and he licks Scabbard, and he's like, Hi, Anne. Can I have a few droplets of your divine blood?
I'll give a finger.
He breaks it ever so gently and mixes it into something else. You're watching him mixing various herbs and things together. And he pulls out like this weird funnel. And he goes over to Scav and he's like, this ain't gonna be pretty. And he shoves it into his mouth and down his throat. And Maggie's like, I wasn't expecting a deep throating at a funeral. And he pours the stuff down it and he starts speaking in Celestial. You understand what he is saying. Because you speak Celestial fluently.
Yeah, yep. And that will have to be added to my sheet.
Your holy sheep.
My face is feeling like my arm. Sore. In a good way.
So, Cayenne,
Yes.
you see Fought put his hands up in the air and then bow his head to Scavards as he pulled out the funnel and he flung it, and undead slobber hits you, Mongo.
I'm glad I'm gathering stuff to burn for the funeral pyre.
This is what you hear from Fought in Celestial. Wise lady of blood, thank you for your judgment. We accept this vessel back to our realm. We promise if he defies your will, he will be swept away on the winds of a swift, violent death. And that
Hey.
his blood will fill one of your goblets proudly. And you watch as the wounds close, but they're scarred. He's gonna have to carry those for the rest of his life. And Scav, you wake up, and Fought gives you a kiss on the forehead as you wake up, gasping for air. Your lungs burning because you haven't had air in them for hours.
Okay. Stop the act.
He's probably letting out a sigh of relief too.
That fucking hurt. What just happened?
And Gier looks over. Well, Gier's disappointed.
Which I'm hoping I can remedy at some point.
Oh, you're so generous, Egg.
Did we get him? You're okay?
And you hear that voice once again. I'll be watching.
Fuck off. Everything hurts.
Isn't that about normal for you?
That's kind of part of the course when were dead and brought back.
Oh, I feel like shit.
Which,
I am.
by the way, you better be on your best behavior on this go around. Because you're not going to want to deal with the repercussions if you make a certain lady angry.
Is that who that was? I was ready to fight them.
There would be no fighting her. There would be a 0 chance of your survival in that judgment.
Yeah, one can still try, right?
Maggie looks over,
Oh,
and you see him make a he uses magic, and you see a little symbol come up. That would be a bad judgment call.
God.
And Fa just falls over backwards. Fa's extra sleepy now.
Oh, trying to
He
catch
starts
him.
snoring.
It's just our story. I guess eventually I come back with wood and he's sitting up.
Yeah, he looks like
So, so was that dude that I
shit.
saw the dude that I'm thinking of?
not for metagaming purposes. Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty. I got a feeling we have a trip to a gloomy place coming up sometime soon.
Guest appearance by.
Some stories.
Out of curiosity,
Don't
does his
do it.
leg still smell like piss?
His?
The other guy.
No.
Skated too close this time, Scav.
Maybe next time try ducking.
Remember, you have a kid too. Can't just throw your life away.
I'm sorry to you guys. I'm sorry for everything. I've not been kind to you. I'm so busy trying to keep you all protected, I neglected to see what was important. I'm sorry, Maggie. I never did take that time to spend with you.
I'm an old man, so it's okay.
It's not okay. And I'm terribly sorry for not paying attention to Fat.
Fa just kind of snores because he's unconscious. I want to tell him another time, but he's not snoring.
And Cayenne. All those times that I neglected you, and the times that I've neglected Hoslin and neglected everyone. I should have spent more time with each of you. Help you with things. Do better. so focused on all the possibilities of what could happen rather than what should happen.
Can only plan so much.
Jir looks over. We have a plan? Nobody
First I've
told
heard of
me.
it. Usually we're always winging it.
Huh.
I'm glad to see that you're safe, Jir.
It takes a lot to kill this old bird. Maybe a few more sticks might have done it.
Is the camel?
You're at 5 points of exhaustion.
Is the
shit.
camel okay?
The camel, you see flies gathered around a Cayenne.
Oh no. Gonna go check the camel to see if it's living or expired.
Nature.
Oh boy.
And you're at half your max hit points until those exhaustions are removed.
Well, apparently my dice works perfectly fine when it's nature related with 24.
Nice.
That camel is very much expired.
God damn.
Fuck. You know, this would have been really bad if you didn't make it, Scav.
I'm going to unfortunately let Jir know.
Jir looks over. And then we eat good tonight. No waste of camel.
I'm gonna look to see if this was a male or female camel because if female, I'd try to get what milk might be stored.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
Would that be investigation or nature?
nature.
Survival, maybe, too. Medicine. Lots of ways.
That would have been an 8.
It's a camel
It's a camel.
and female. That's all you get.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go on a limb and say that they are not milk producing, so I will help Jir harvest meat.
Survival.
$14.
As you guys begin to go through these preparations, you cut the camel open, and out spills a pregnant womb.
Oh.
Oh, lovely.
What?
Did you have to? Did you have to?
We cast a lot of fucking spells on this kid to get them to get her to run a bit faster.
Oh, it's dead.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if maybe this kid absorbed some of that.
It's dead, Jim.
Ah, fuck.
And Jir's like,
Yeah, I was already wondering if Nikolai will be able to eat the camel meat because he kind of became friends.
what are you doing, Scav?
Crawl over there because I can't really move.
I mean, you can get up, but it ain't gonna be pretty.
I have a speed of 0.
You're walking like you're drunk.
Oh yeah, you see him try to move, and he just falls over because he's so frail. He's Yoda frail.
Yoda can jump around a lot.
Not when he was in the bog.
Okay, that's fair.
Help me over there, please. I can't move.
How are you responding to this, Cayenne?
I'll pick up the
Well,
pincushion.
the poor baby is going to get a proper send off.
Yeah, you can do it as a druid. You can do a burial for that situation.
I will do the burial for said baby.
Yeah, you do see Cayenne pull something out and head off to a decent area.
Anne's gonna be so sticky and gross when she comes back.
Is that anything new?
I
No.
mean, true.
No.
But yeah, that you see her carry off something from the camel to go bury it.
Do I know what she's burying, or do I just think this is some sort of
You don't know
druid
yet.
thing?
You've never seen her do anything like this with a kill before.
Yeah, I've usually turned away shortly after.
I'm
You know,
pretty
sure,
sure
Mom.
Mongo's watched one or two just to get an idea of what she does. This isn't part of the norm.
Helping the scaly pincushion go where he's trying to go to.
Where are you trying to go to?
Over to the camel.
Angier is prepping the camel.
Jir,
You don't know what Nikolai would be doing right now. I
Jir,
know what he should be doing.
friend,
Two sides of the coin.
give me a moment.
With the camel? Or the dead baby?
The
Fuck!
the camel, just for a moment.
All right. He heads off. Mongo's like, ah! Cayenne, you may roll a survival and a nature.
Survival is a modified 20,
Mm.
and nature is a modified 20.
Nice.
Nice. You see Cayenne digging a hole, and she's laying out a few things to basically consecrate the area for a burial.
I am not sure if I'm even worthy of doing this anymore. I'm terrible, and this is my fault that this happened. But I cannot let this one just sit here to rot. And so I will do what I can to form a rite, more or less to help this one's spirit move on.
Do it.
Religion?
Yeah, I'll help him out.
Pull out your thing of sealing cat to do a prayer to.
Well, that I'm sure anything he's trying to do is not going to go well with 5 points of exhaustion.
And
And half hit points.
Yeah.
Until they're gone.
and you said you're helping?
Yep.
Okay.
Everything is set.
How much time can how much time can I take to do this to make sure I do it
5.
right? 5? Okay, cool.
so-
Otherwise, you're just too
Control.
exhausted.
Maggie comes over to you.
I don't know what to do.
Are you okay?
That's 10.
I don't know what to do. I don't know to be happy. I don't know what to be, if I should be angry. I don't know. I mean, happy that he made it back. For sure. But I'm just so angry right now, too.
He raises an eyebrow.
I don't know.
Nikolai,
Yeah.
why are you angry?
It's just all the needless death we're just bathed in now. Now, everywhere we go, people die, innocent creatures die, regardless of whether or not we try to not let it happen.
Nikolai, you've been. All this death is a baptism to be an adventurer. You get to think about this stuff and settle on it when you're done. What gets you through this is that son of mine over there, that scaly one that's back from the dead, and Cayenne, and everybody else. I'm not much of a fount of wisdom, but I'm glad you're here, and I think you're strong. Take solace in the fact that those that you care about are alive.
This time, like, should we just stop pursuing all this and
He nudges you gently. If you stop all this, the world ends.
really, the world ends if we don't stop all? The whole world will end.
You really think the clone daddy is going to stop at just killing us and our organization? I'm pretty sure he's got grander plans for the rest of the world. Madmen always do.
So as long as the numbers of souls that we caused the loss of is less than the number of souls that we save, it's okay?
Generally speaking, that's how some gods weigh it.
I mean, that's the goal in everything, optimized results, right?
He gives you a hug gently. Look, you guys are the Obscura now. We carried our burden. Now it's your turn. We faced a world-ending catastrophe on numerous occasions, and we have to live with the lives that we lost along the way and those that we affected. And we all had to go through a judgment on our deaths like Scaver did. And each of us carry that.
It seems pointless sometimes.
It is the burden of being gifted for greater good.
It seems pointless sometimes, that's all.
Yep. Just think about the moral dilemma that we had back in the day when we were faced with an orphanage full of vampires.
What?
An orphanage full of vampires.
Okay, so was the orphanage, like, taken over by vampires?
Oh, nope. All
So-
of the kids were vampires.
What the hell? Like, how many?
I don't really remember, so I guess 15 to 30? You're over there like, oh my god.
Okay, that's a story.
Yeah, maybe we'll tell it another time. Holvar was happy. But he's also likes violence, so...
So, okay, I'll wait for the story before I make assumptions.
I'll tell you one thing's for sure. Being bit by a normal vampire? Ow. Being bit by a bunch of kiddo vampires? More ow. They're like little needles. Oh, oh.
Wow.
Cayenne is over there just cackling.
Because all I think of is kittens biting.
Yeah.
Oh, kitten and puppy teeth.
You want to go over to Cayenne?
Yeah.
See what she's up to.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing's for sure. And he just kind of cracks a smile. The situation sucked.
If you ever get to do life over again, please try not to pass that crap on to your son.
I suppose. And you guys eventually make it over to Cayenne and see her working on what she's working on. And Maggie comes over and he pulls a shovel out of his pack, his bag of holding, and starts helping you.
Diane's just using her
So-
hands.
What's going on, sister?
Digging a hole, I'm helping her. I don't know the context. I'm just helping her.
It was a 16 to give the camel its
Yeah.
its
It
oozing, right?
takes a while, but yeah. Do you head over to Cayenne? Yeah. You eventually get over to Cayenne, and all of you are gathered around the spot, and Cayenne could share what she's doing with the group.
I've basically used some kind of cloth and at least wrap the baby in it.
It's easy. It's easy enough to see the vague outline of what it is that she's doing.
He was carrying the child.
This was my fault.
Yep.
Fuck. This is all my fault.
Death is as much a part of life as much a part of death. Accidents happen, and things happen for a reason.
Now I'm back
To be honest with you, sometimes things like this can't be helped.
Yeah.
But at least they'll both be united soon. And from what it appears like, it doesn't seem as though this youngster was fully formed to term yet. So who knows, when they're united, be a lot healthier, happier.
I've
Maggie's
given the mother its rights to a burial. Well, its rights to peace.
Maggie's like, the druid's right. I've learned never to argue with the druid. Too many hooves involved.
Hooves, feathers, scales, fur,
This.
wood.
So you guys go through the burial process with
Yeah,
the
just
baby camel.
don't know what to do, but if there's any instructions provided, we'll do them.
It's essentially bury the baby. She blesses the site as a druid would, and then you guys say kind words.
Although you didn't get to grow up to be big and strong like your mother, at least now you'll be able to frolic alongside her in the great sandy dunes in the sky.
Why did I just hear the Dune theme song in my head?
Which one?
The new one.
The new one, or I was gonna say the new one, or the crazy like 80s.
The new one is so good. That soundtrack is so good.
I still gotta watch that.
Yes,
Well,
you
we'll
do.
watch both of them back to back. I will rewatch those movies. So you head back. The chef helps prepare a great feast for the camp. Knowing something, actually, all of you do an insight.
Oh, that's a modified 0.
I got a
You're
17.
too
How many
distracted.
zeros have we gotten?
Two. One was from you.
It's a big old 4 for me.
4. What about you, Cayenne?
I got 17.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you're in too
I
much
got a
pain.
slightly larger number.
What?
Well, with my +2, 22.
Oh, nice.
No.
Natural 20?
Nice.
Nice. You instantly recognize this Mongo as the chef is preparing the camel. And he's singing as he's doing it, but it sounds kind of like operatic. And you realize that he's doing a prayer of blessing, thanking the animal for its sacrifice. And preparing the actual food into a full course meal for the entire camp, since there's more than enough to go around.
I don't know that Nikolai could enjoy this at all.
And the chef comes around and gives you each a plate and a bowl with it. And the chef looks at you and is very sternly like, eat up. You will respect the animal that way. If you don't eat, it means their sacrifice went for nothing.
But she was my friend. That's so weird, yeah.
I think you would understand that that's a way that you would pay respect. Cayenne could even tell you that, and you can chime in on this too, Cayenne.
I was fixing to say, if I heard him, I was like, you realize that some lizard folk eat their own family members alive.
Do I look like a lizard folk?
Maggie's like,
No.
He snaps his fingers, and you suddenly look like a little lizard folk. A little
Looks like a
frilled
gecko.
running lizard. Maggie's like,
Looks like a gecko.
A little mini lizard folk.
yeah. Maggie's like, it doesn't look good on you. And he snaps his finger, and you're back to normal.
That's
My
useful.
point. My point
just sounds
is,
like good, clean
Nikolai,
fun.
I don't think you realize that there are many cultures in which beings eat their own family and or their
Yeah,
friends, and
I
I
get it.
may or may not have eaten one or two or three of my own friends.
And Jeer's like, and when an egg doesn't make it, we scramble it, and everybody shares in its meal. It's just proper respects, and then these shells are, each piece is given to the immediate family, and they carry it with them. And the fond memory.
I will try to eat some.
Nikolai,
Also, egg, you're a mouse, not a robot. I feel betrayed.
I'm
Why
sorry.
am I betrayed? Why is your...
I'm sorry. You're.
Jer had confidence that you were an interesting thing. Well, I suppose you can. I already know who you are. I was filled in on it. I don't know why with the lies to Jer. Jer just went along with it, and Jer...
Okay, thank
Oh,
God.
oh, Jer is
you,
just-
you could have said something, Jer.
Everybody assumed Jer dumb bird, and
No,
just a guide,
No, okay.
Jer goes
Jer,
along with
Jer,
it.
Jer, buddy, we were expecting someone else, and then not get information that we're to expect you, and we were told to maintain anonymity.
Clearly, you don't know what that word means, or stealth,
spoke.
or
She'd
undercover,
say,
or
Jer, you carry out this task for me, and I go, okay. She's like, no, Jer, if you don't carry out tasks the way I want, I will find you. I will pluck all feathers from you and then roast you alive in a pot that you can't get out of. I said, okay, it is done.
Sounds like your wife could have said that.
I believe it.
Is his wife a large, well-built, stood, hellborn with ferocious nature?
No,
No.
Ah,
that sounds like our former escort.
She. What? So, We have to find out from Kippa how this happened. Like, so,
Okay, so just to, in the effort of clear, what all did you know about us before we walked up? Just so that way because
yeah,
The
we
mini fuzzy one plus the ferocious mama. Oh, she could manhandle deer anytime. Anyway,
yeah, that sounds like your wife.
That's my wife.
they were like, "Hey, Cheer, this is secrecy," and I'm like, "Cheer doesn't talk to anyone. He lonely bird." Anyway, they made me sign contract with my life. I agreed, and so it is. I was filled in on that you're on some super secret mission. I don't know what secret means, so I don't care. I just ignore your existence and go, okay, they don't want to be known.
okay.
And then you guys show up, and new eggs, and you're like, Cheer's dumb. He won't notice. And you're just play along.
I'm sorry, Jir. It was kind of thrown on us that you would be the one helping us. We were expecting a Hellborn lady, probably the one you were talking about, not you.
We ourselves had been deceived. So we didn't know if we could trust you fully or not.
We were wrong. We can totally trust you.
And
We're sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Cayenne is probably giving her little beetle attention right now.
Having heard Jier ramble on a little bit there.
And
Basically, she'd be giving the little beetles like scritches and pets with the fingers. Like, Jier, you already know where me and you stand.
The beetle just fluffs up. Lady Fear, she could be ferocious, but she means good.
Nikolai,
What?
you really should not let that rot. That camel gave itself and it all to do what you had done. To do so would be to disrespect her.
It is the way of the land. I will take a bite.
It is absolutely delicious.
How hungry is he?
Suddenly your stomach grumbles.
She puts my friend.
Basically, the way it was prepped is like all of the important meat was wrapped like loins and then slow roasted over an open fire with herbs and seasonings.
I would say win, but I'm pretty sure you can't get camel meat in Arizona, so.
I don't know if
Actually,
I
I think
kill
we can. I think there is a camel farm in Arizona.
You can get camel meat in the U.S. It just depends on where you're located. I know that you can order camel milk through Desert Farms because I was planning on ordering some of their camel milk before. As far as meat, I don't know where you'd be able to get it there.
And you just gotta know a guy.
You just gotta know a guy.
And you also need to research how to properly prepare it because you don't want it to have the same kind of gaminess that lamb would have.
Oh yeah, the gaminess from
Ugh.
lamb. Woo! But I do make a mean shepherd's pie with lamb.
Look, lamb is really good depending on how well it's been treated and how well
hey,
it's
Cayenne,
prepared.
look at your camera.
Cheddar cheese.
Shepherd's
see
pie
you,
is one of my all-time
boy.
favorite things to eat.
I see you, boy. You
So,
Cheeto puff.
So yeah, it was all basically rolled into tenderloins and cooked. All the blood was basically put into the intestines, made into sausage. The offals were made into a stew, essentially. So there's plenty of different options here as far as food goes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there eating, gonna break out the book and write the coin. Basically write down the information that I got from his card about him and his brothers. Like, when we finally do get around to opening that tavern. Let's see if these guys are available. And then, of course, see if she's written anything back about some young crap I've written in there.
You just
Oh,
see in
it's
bold
Gab died.
letters, big giant bold letters, almost like a, essentially a type font,
Uh-oh. There's a little
a
net
type
flying around.
font string. Scabbard died.
Right back. Only a little. He's better now. He's a bit tired.
And
He only a little died. You're dead or not dead.
Trying to convince him that the pin-cushion way of self-defense is maybe not the best idea. But he's still kicking. Got all the spots, few scars, but, you know, nobody ate him. May not have depressed one or two people.
you just get one note back regarding the fact that nobody ate him. Don't let anybody eat him. That's food poisonings.
Aw. As the night winds down, he's gonna pull out his suit of armor and start fixing it.
Oh, you pull it out? Jeez, I need a die, bud. Oh, wrong dice.
But Kitty is looking.
Headset just died again.
I have a dice roll for this one.
So just had a question. When you bring up your Bluetooth to see what's listed, is your earbud listed as scav?
So when you take out the reach jig to start repairing it, you just see a bunch of pieces fall off. It's like in the Transformers movie when they got Optimus back and he just fell apart mostly.
Jeez.
Fuck.
Yeah, funny story. The 17th, I believe, was National Transformers Day, and they still made me work. Something about apparently it's not a registered holiday or some fucking crap.
The closest you can get to having a Transformers religion is to be a Jedi.
Oh, look, it's National Transformers Day. But you don't even say it in Transformers, you say it in Cybertronian.
If it was an actual spoken language, yeah, I probably would try to fucking learn it because I'm that big of a damn dork.
So,
Okay, so
Maggie looks around. He's like, how did it feel to have a first deaths?
What do you mean, how did it feel? I'm still feeling it.
Maggie chuckles.
Everything hurts. I'm exhausted. I feel like I'm a terrible person. And I also feel betrayed at the same time.
Maggie looks over, betrayed by what?
By myself.
As a famous clown once said, the fool is his own worst enemy.
I don't know if what I'm doing is right, Maggie.
He's like, well, apparently whoever you pissed off has made it pretty abundantly clear that if you fuck up again...
You know what I did wrong. Died protecting them. Apparently that's not good enough to do something right.
that would be interesting to.
Yeah, well, the lessons that you learned are your lessons to learn.
I promised that I would take time to spend with you, to do some prayer. I aim to hold true to that, Maggie. If you'll still let me do so.
He shrugs ever so slightly. That's up to see if you actually carry it out or not. Saying words is one thing.
Hold out my hand for him.
Oh, no. You need rest right now, and I think praying might actually kill you tonight.
It might. It might not. I can at least do this for you, though. And put my hand on his shoulder and just give him a prayer for hopefully he has like good rest for the night.
I know Mara can make the correlation, others might, but it kind of feels like an elephant bucked and threw you off.
Like a what?
An elephant bucked and threw you off. Or falling out of the back of a moving truck.
Jeez, I've done that. That shit hurts.
Be
What?
thrown from
Is
a
anybody else
Don't
not
put him
surprised to hear
six-
him say that?
thrown from a 16.2 hand high horse going at a dead canter and thrown in gravel.
Yep. You've told me about your many stories of eating ground.
That does
Mhm.
not sound
It's
enjoyable.
more fun when you get dragged for at least a good 75 feet.
That's more fun,
And then
huh?
you get let go. And your horse leaves you there.
What are we finding now?
I always find the meme funny when the DM is like, "Oh, that's in spreadsheet."
Check my notes.
One of my favorite memes is when the DM comes up with this intricate puzzle and the party can't figure it out versus the DM who just lets them do some random bullshit until it entertains them enough and they say you did it.
That's actually true for every single GM.
Yeah.
There are times when we just let you guys go off of the leash, and wherever the dice fall, that's what happens with puzzles. It's like sometimes the players surprise you and make the puzzles more better than what you already comes with.
It's totally not what I put out for you, but hey,
It's
you
like-
made it work.
This was like, falling off a skateboard, but you turned it into an 8-car pileups.
What the hell is this puzzle? 2-year-old logic puzzle. Why can't we figure this out? But the red thing goes there.
Yeah, I just want to let all you GMs know that it's not at all helping with my trust issues, especially when there are fucking doors involved.
I legit actually
yes, I'm looking
try.
directly at you, Nathan.
I legit actually try with my puzzles.
I'm having a hard time believing you, buddy. You just said, just let him do a bunch of random bullshit till it entertains you enough.
It's a funny meme. But yes, that is something that does happen with a lot of GM. Not a lot, but a good number of them. But I do actually try and put in effort for my puzzles.
I bet that's what they all say.
Acknowledging the tool to entertain players does not in any way, shape, or form indicate that GMs don't try. There's only so far you can go
This
to
is
try
true.
if your players just don't get it.
This is true, especially when you run into a dumbass like me. Like I legit did not know what was going on. I'm a little too stupid to figure this one out. There's a difference between wisdom and intelligence. I'm lacking in both here.
Yeah, intelligence is knowing tomato is a fruit. But wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad.
That's true.
So
Charisma is being able to market it as a fruit salad that happens to be spicy.
you see Maggie take out his violin. And he's like, what?
Well, you're gonna play your violin, it looks like. Just waiting.
Okay. No pressures for the old man over here.
You got this.
He thinks for a
Don't
few
tell me
moments.
you have a little bit of performance anxiety now, Master Bard.
I'm an old man and it's hard to keep it up sometimes.
Off. Off.
Don't remind me of what I deal with at work.
I'm gonna restart my computer again because suddenly I can't hear much of anything.
So, I'm not going to sing this. I will just go through the verses, but this is a song that Maggie sings to the group.
Okay.
While playing his violin. We sing to the winds, we sing to the winds as they flee us like lost souls. Sit on the tomb of my love, sit on the tomb of the lost. We sing to the winds, we sing to the winds as they fled from us like tears. We sing to the winds, we carry the sorrow, we dance with the shadows, and we cry in the rain. We sing to the winds, we sing to the winds as they fled from us like memories. Dancing under the moon, in the memories, we gasp the history of those around us. We sing to the winds, we sing to the winds, and we fled in the wind, leaving those behind we love.
If Mongo can pick up the beat, he does have a drum, and he will try to join along.
Performance. But yes, that
But
is-
she is going to make you play.
He doesn't have a drum, so
Fuck off. I'll do it.
He does have a drum. It's here.
but that is the song that Maggie sings.
13.
You manage to keep up, and he works with you. But that is the Bard song that he sings to the group. And yes, I will post that so people can.
And that was pretty cool.
Yeah. There are songs of the world. No matter how depressing they are. And he just kind of puts his violin away and looks around a little bit. It's late. We need rest, especially Walking Dead over here.
Walk.
It's like, I'd use a frying pan on you to knock you out and help you sleep, but it might send you back to the arms of a very caring woman. So, do you each start getting ready for bed? Maggie tucks in thought.
Yeah. The only, like, how screwed up is my machine? Is it fixable?
It's gonna take a while.
Okay.
I didn't tell you the number, did I?
No. It was still largely intact when I took it off.
147 and a half.
It's at 14% durability.
Fuck. But that means you'll have to explode.
Dude, like I just said to Tom, it's like Optimus Prime when he got rolled in and he was falling pieces off.
Where's Ace?
Ace has just been chilling this entire time. He's gone through like 5 cigars.
Yeah. think Nikolai will spend enough time to do a full diagnostics on the device and to see if there's a task that he can set. Oh no, he doesn't have that anymore. Never mind. It was shot.
You gotta make another one.
I have to make another one. So yeah, that's what he'll do. He'll make another homunculus so he has helpful companion when he has to start building this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You turn in for the night.
Yeah.
Before I do, walk over to, well, we call Ace over actually.
Ace comes over and looks at you.
Hey, buddy. No, you don't hear it enough. Just know that you are appreciated.
He gives a thumbs up.
Thumbs up back to him. And I'm probably just gonna sleep here for the night.
He grabs you by your vest and he pulls you close.
Oh, careful. Everything
He's
is
like this.
What?
And
What did I do?
then he just gently pushes you down into your bed.
Oh. Okay. Thanks, bud. You take care, yeah?
He motions like. And Cayenne, do you do anything before bed?
Cayenne is thinking long and hard at who that dude could have been.
You can do a wisdom. Oh no, my weakness!
That's mean.
That's a 15.
You think about it while you're going through your nightly ritual to get comfy, and you pause for a moment, and it just comes to your brain like, fucking Victor.
Why?
Crazy.
Why? Why am I going to have to set up a meeting with somebody? Why?
As you're getting ready for bed, you hear Cayenne go, why do I have to set up with a meeting somebody?
You okay over there?
I gotta talk to someone on deific terms based on what has happened since my being called away at random.
Somebody pray to you again.
No, more or less a certain someone who decided to show up when we were trying to bring Scab back.
Somebody else showed up.
Actually, 3 people showed up.
3 people. 3.
Oh, goody. What, judge, jury, and executioner?
No, that's one dude.
What?
That's one dude.
And Judge Judy is an executioner?
Two of them fall under that category. One of them I'm not sure of. All I know is they said things that I'm like, excuse me, what'd you just say?
Probably gonna regret asking this what they say.
What did they say?
Well, for one, why is there a gentleman calling Scav my love?
What the fuck?
Scav's
But,
asleep, so.
Just
You
gotta
come in
go.
and you hear that, Nikolai.
Do you remember when you remember
Kippa
when
know?
Bot ran a certain someone away?
I was. Oh, fuck, don't tell me it was a damn pen pal.
Maybe.
I thought chased him off. Was he
Apparently
still
not.
pissed about it?
Well, what I saw, he didn't come maliciously or do anything weird. It's just I'm like, why were you here?
If he's the one referring to Scav as his love, you don't qualify that as a little weird?
I mean that is weird, but it's more so weird. Why was he here?
And who the fuck was he traveling with?
Well, one of the other two is a lady that we know. The other, I'm not sure. Oh yes, Cheeto Puff distraction.
He's like, I'm gonna hog this camera too. You can't stop me, Mama. I'm a
He was
maniacal
licking.
genius.
He was licking the camera earlier.
Oh yeah, he was.
He wanted to groom the camera to make sure it got his good side.
Okay.
Hello.
Wait, oh, he stopped.
I don't suspect that was recorded. That would be awesome.
Not over here, but over there it was.
So Kaya's
if you
gonna
want-
be coming up with a plan on how to reach out to him.
You can do a religion to reach out to your pantheon to try and figure out who that other person was.
Yeah.
The weird jester from Orella
Similar. Not an actual jester from Orella.
looked like one of
They
them.
were
but
like
wasn't.
them, but
Much more gothic.
yes, much more distorted. Distorted's the right word.
So if they were to tell a joke, do you think they have kind of a deadpan delivery?
Likely.
They'd have one hell of a macabre sense of humor.
I got a 15.
A 15? Who do you want to try to reach out to?
I think I'm gonna reach out to Osling.
So as you guys are sitting there, you have a knock on the door.
I
Go
will
check.
go answer.
And Osling's sitting there and she's like, you drag me to Sunny, and then you drag me to Hot.
I'm sorry, but someone decided to visit when we were waiting for Scav to come back.
Oh, he's alive?
Yes, he is, and he's exhausted.
Oh.
But when we were around him, speaking to him during judgment, a certain pen pal of his decided to visit.
What does that mean?
From a certain place of dread.
Yeah, I get it, but like, what does that mean?
Yeah, we don't mention his name. He's kind of divorced.
Yeah, no.
We're not talking about the business of other gods here.
Okay, so not from you.
She gives you a glare.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Oh, that's a natural 20 on the intimidation.
Yep, nope, Mongo's trying to prestidigitate the piss away as he's, making it.
Making it.
That bladder is now empty
player-
like a cat going to the vet.
Player has to ask player, when Mongo gets a little spooked, does his whole tail get like super, super puffy?
Tail's already kind of puffy.
Well,
But
I mean,
yes.
like every hair standing up as straight as possible, so the tail just looks comically big.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I love when my cat does that.
Yeah, he's also trying to, kind of not be in direct eye contact. But very sly about it.
Per the chat, does Mongo's feel his shadow getting stabbed too?
a bit. It's kind of got to pivot around the stabbing point of the shadow.
So his pen pal is back.
Yeah, that's disturbing, apparently.
Apparently visited, and I was the only one who saw, but
Well, you are a god.
called Scav his love. I'm
Scav-
very
He's very delusional. He's psychopathic.
I'm just wondering, because Fought already kind of, ran him off. Why would he come back?
There might be other deals made that Pot's not aware of, and Scav might have done in his sleep.
You can make deals with deities while you're unconscious?
That's
Believe it or
how he
not,
did
yes,
it
you
the
can.
first time.
Okay, is there a way we can find out what deals we've made?
When they come up in subject. Deities often don't cross the boundaries of approaching those to make deals in the dreams because that hinders on other groups that tend to do that. Most of the
Okay, so it's not just gods who wheel and deal when others are dreaming.
Oh no, the Hellborn often do that. Well, demons do that, but
Oh, for fuck's sake.
it's really
Hags.
uncommon.
Hags do
do it.
too.
Generally speaking, if a hag's gonna do it, you have to piss off one of the Yagas, and they're pretty passive.
Well, we seem to have a natural knack for pissing people off. Is there any way we can find out which
Yeah.
deals we've done?
Yes, that would be
Well-
nice to know.
If physicality speaking, Cayenne could look at each of you right now and see if you have been marked for a deal. As much like she can mark and see if you've made a deal with a beloved
I'll
deity.
walk right in front of her, stand up nice and tall, and look at her.
With me, I can tell you if you've made a deal with a non-friendly deity. I'm looking at you. I don't see any mark.
For non-friendly.
Right.
Okay, that's good.
Cayenne, you don't see anything on them either.
Okay, good.
I'm going to be glaring at Scav. What did you do?
He's asleep.
Well, she's glaring at him to see
How many marks
what
he's
he's
got?
done, essentially.
Considering he's a paladin of a pantheon?
So, what's the other? Is there more, or is it just Mr. Spooky Stalker?
So it was. He showed up after the Lady of Blood was there and unearthed. It looked like a jester from Casil, but they wielded a scythe. It
Not
had a
Casio,
very
Aurora.
Arella had a very creepy smile on their mask, and they drooled. But the lady, she instructed them to cut only one thread.
Oslin looks over and she speaks in the Celestial. We don't speak of that being among the mortals. That is the lesser known of our pantheon. That is well, I'm not going to say their name. You can choose to go pray to them if you want and meet them personally. But they're the Tauren, and they basically handle the part of our pantheon that deals with threads of fate. And they absolutely love carrying out their job.
I got that from the faces they were making, the excitement they had. It unnerved even me.
They have a love for their job of putting someone in their final rest within our pantheon. We all, now you know, understand they're a part of our pantheon. They do their job, and we try to just let them work.
Yeah, I never got a name. I just saw what they looked like. but that's who showed up alongside the Lady of Blood, and they disappeared at the same time before Edgelord showed up.
Edgelords.
So you know when you were mortal, that
Mhm.
creepy chill you got when you were near death?
Oh yeah.
That was likely one of those red beings. And you just hear him talking back and forth in this god language.
Wonder what that sounds like. Does it sound like TV static, or does it sound like random animal noises or squeaks?
No, it's just a black bar of bleeping.
I imagine that one scene from Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah.
Oh my! You just
How are you doing that with your mouth?
we're. I was fixing to say we're like Canadians from South Park. Our mouths are just floating
You know,
there.
I could also imagine that it sounds an awful lot like just like Cayenne and Osling going squeak, squeak, squeakum, squeak, squeaker, squeak. Makes absolutely no fucking sense to anybody else, but they're totally on the same page.
So, looks over at you guys. Sorry about that. Forgive my intrusions.
Well, I guess she's the one that called you over here.
Yeah, she actually can do that. And I don't like it here because it's very warm.
Yeah, it is.
I'm used to places that are as warm as a crypt.
Well, there's someone here you might be interested in meeting.
Oh no, I'm not going to invade someone else's territory.
Oh, okay. That's right. Yeah, no,
Respect
yeah,
other pantheons.
Yep.
I think you would like to meet Jir, though.
Sure. I can stick around till morning.
And I will make sure to try to help with the heat the best that I can.
No, she is not built for heat. I mean, she's essentially Hera.
You know, take off the handkerchief that he has around his neck that keeps him cool.
Is she, for once you actually see her put her hair up in like a big, like a bun. And as you hand her the handkerchief, you can see deep scars, thin lines around her throat. And she ties the handkerchief gently. So, as you guys wind down for the night,
Just don't forget to give it back on you.
oh,
Yeah,
I know.
Mongo, are you feeling up for a little bit of magic? Pull out the gun.
This massive rifle he holds up that's bigger than
I-
even you and Osling.
I
size.
don't have identify like ready. And we're going
How
to
do you
bed.
think Nikolai would be holding that? He just has it leaning against the wall. He's like, and you're exhausted too. You're like,
Yeah.
It's up to you. We can do it later. It's just like use them if you got them kind of thing.
Spells do have left. We went through a fucking lot trying to kill that bastard.
Yeah.
I would say leave it till the morning, get some sleep, because it's already late in the game and
Yeah.
here.
Shit. Yeah, I ain't got much left anyway.
So, Osling looks over at you, Nikolai, and she's like, "Come here." She gets comfy,
Okay.
and she picks you up and sets you in her lap, and it's nice and cool because of what she is. And she just gently scratches you along the ears and hums to you, and you just slowly fall asleep. Lulled into a deep sleep, and you've never seen
Like-
Nikolai just fully
By a god of
liquefy like a
death.
cat.
Well,
Lulled
so
in sleep
another
by a god of
question:
death. All right.
when Nikolai gets relaxed, does he do like the really soft, like little, very tip of the tail twitch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say that happens.
And as relaxed as he was probably made, he's probably curled up into a little fetal position ball.
A little mouse ball.
Yeah.
And she just, and it's Cayenne, you instantly recognize it. It's a kind of almost equivalent to a Grimm's nursery rhyme hum, which is oddly soothing for her. But it's with her humming it, it's very soothing, but it's also kind of haunting because of what she is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to punch you in the face, but you moved as I was moving my hand.
Oh, sure. Blame it on her.
She looks over at you, Mongo, and she's like, Mongo,
Yes, dear sister?
you can come rest your head on my leg. I don't need to sleep like you. And it's a lot cooler.
Sorry, just everything that's happened in the last few hours made me realize that I know frighteningly little about the pantheon that I follow.
Perhaps it's time to learn more. Come on,
Fuck, I don't even know which one I follow anymore.
you'll sort it out. Come get some sleep.
Try to sleep.
You go and you use her leg as a pillow, and it is so cool. It's like when you lay down at night in the winter, and that's a nice, cool pillow, but permanent.
Before I actually lay my head down, make sure, because I remember what she told me. If she makes the wrong kind of contact with someone, then she sees how they're gonna die, and she doesn't like that. So I want to try to take that into consideration.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she has seen already how each of you are going to go, and she's had to make peace with that.
I don't think Mongo knows that, so he's still gonna put
Yeah.
the effort.
And Osling just smiles over at you and she's like, get some sleep. I can stay up all night watching. I won't be tired in the morning.
One thing I'll tell you before I went to bed, all of us actually did a proper burial for a young camel that passed away.
Oh. That explains what I saw walking off.
Mm-hmm. Little thing was, unfortunately, their mother passed while the young one was still in the womb, so I thought it was only fitting to make sure that they were still within where they would have been born.
You did wonderfully. And Osling keeps watch as everyone drifts off to sleep. And she reaches down and just gently strokes you along here to help you sleep better.
Scav is completely passed out.
Oh, yeah. The entire party is wasted at this point.
Do
And,
not due to alcohol for once.
and that's where we will call it for tonight. And we will jump into our post-mortem. We'll start with Cayenne since she's back for a little while.
For a little bit. Well, for one, it was a shock waking up in basically the city of the gods. Not even knowing what happened to anyone else at all.
You were summoned. You answered.
Yup. Then finding out, Scav died. And then just had to play a waiting game. Mr. Edgelord Victor here decides that, he can just come on back when he's already been told to go away.
A little fun part of that just to share. There's a reason why he showed up. Is one, he still has things with Scav to resolve, and two, everybody was filled with such a large amount of dread because of the situation. It just kind of gave him an easy in.
Makes sense.
Especially since Cayenne was feeling quite a bit of dread.
Yeah.
So that certainly didn't help. But having everyone together, working together to get through to Scav as he was being judged, I really thought that, I guess, the undead maniac that was the jester was really cool.
And that is every pantheon has a threat weaver, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are undocumented and very few of them are worshipped. It's the faith of, there are a different kind of deity that works. It's the faith of the pantheon in that being to basically carry out their job correctly. So most of them don't have any worshippers. It's the faith of the pantheon that gives them life and their abilities.
Interesting.
I thought they were really cool, although they were creepy.
Oh, they're absolutely terrifying. They hate being seen doing their job, but they fucking relish doing their job.
The fact, just one last thing, I'd have to say it was pretty funny hearing Maggie kind of just go to a normal bard self for that little instance and just completely just break, kind of like, what? Wait, did that just come out of your mouth? Did I really just hear that?
Maggie's
my
been
God.
around for a while and he's done a lot.
I
Done a lot.
mean,
Of different
I
people.
shouldn't be surprised given what I learned about Lef. So,
Oh, Lef is a special one. A special little Nephilim. He's propagating the will of the heavens.
oh god, no.
The will of the divine? Ah.
There was just a lot of good stuff tonight.
I'm glad. What about you, Nikolai?
For Nikolai, the most interesting thing, actually, other than,
It's not all about Nikolai, it's for you as the player.
Oh, yeah, as a player, yeah. Well, I was going to say that Nikolai was the experience of consuming a friend. That was like something he'd never think he'd do.
It's like dramatic.
But tasty.
Very tasty, apparently. It was interesting to witness how you handle the character death resurrection kind of thing. It's quite interesting. It's the first time it's ever happened. So that was interesting. Definitely gives an insight to how you view things. I just would wonder if it's kind of universal or subjective to the character. That'd be interesting. So, get more information on that would be really cool.
Yes. I'm not going to reveal anything, but it really dug into his character like he didn't expect it to.
Yeah, so being able to witness that was pretty cool. A little story about Jir knowing who we are and us not deceiving him being a little hurt on that was kind of funny. I was like, well, but it's not our fault. We were told to be anonymous. So that was fun. Yeah, that's what we got.
Gia really is a special character, and I think he ended up on your adopt list.
Oh yeah.
Nikolai's one during that last prayer was pretty funny. Like, he was making it, but Nikolai thought he was just dead. Let's just bury him as we should.
Yeah.
Process the emotions later.
For you.
Yeah.
What about you, Mungo?
The whole thing was a fucking trip. Turns out we burnt out the camel. What we were trying specifically to not do.
You, yes.
Mongo being able to. Okay, I know Maggie didn't need any help on the performance, but Mongo saw an opportunity to do something with his dad, so fucking took it.
I mean, Maggie didn't outwardly state it, but he loved the fact that his son joined in with the song.
Yeah, the whole first half was a. Sure, that was hell.
You don't know the half of it, but
It's not something players are now looking forward to when a character goes down. What about you, bud? Or you got anything else?
Scabbard lives
For now.
for now.
For now.
I enjoyed nothing about that trial. I enjoyed the aftermath of it, though. The interesting reveal of Victor coming back to haunt Scav. Why the fuck is this asshole here?
What deal did Scav make?
What deal did I make in my sleep?
And why?
And how and why? That poor camel gave its all. And by God, it was a delicious meal. Getting to hear about the Golden City, that's pretty cool.
No, none of the players know about it. Cayenne does. But yes, there is the Golden City of the Gods.
Scabbard really was ready to fucking throw hands with a goddamn, like, being of divine power, not realizing or knowing what it was.
The Lady of Blood does not fuck around.
He's like, I don't know who you are, but I will fight you.
And you will end up reliving every horrible choice you ever made. Anything else there, Scav? You look like you're burnt out for the night.
I am.
Your turn.
For me, was finally being able to pull the curtain back and showing what happens when a character dies. That. Sorry. The chat, what they just said regarding Scabbard. He was ready to go full seagull for the bagel.
Yeah, yeah. Not wrong.
As long as I've been running the game, it's always been a question of what happens when a player dies, and we've never gotten to that point.
Character dies, right?
Yeah.
Player dies, we call the police, we make sure everything's kosher, we attend their funeral.
I don't want to bring that up. It's a bad experience. But when a character finally does die, we've never approached that precipice and the process of it. And this is the first time of actually doing that at the table, any of the tables.
Yeah.
It's only happened at my table once, and I don't think none of you were there for that. It's always unique how a DM handles it, and you handle it in a really cool way.
So it was interesting pulling that back, and then the second half of now the party brought in to actually help with the process and dealing with that, and also just filling out a little bit more of the lore. Sorry, sleepies. Having Cayenne finally get to visit another place that she can go to and visit people that are unique to her, that others won't get to meet, or there are deities that she can actually introduce to people so that they can actually have a following. Yeah, it's pretty interesting in that case. Sharing the lore, like I said before, is major. Introducing more of the actual things that you would hear in the world, and Maggie actually spending time with things, and having a dad moment with Nikolai.
And
Yeah.
fought.
Huh?
And fought.
And fought. So, yeah. Per our chat, they have seen 2 times. A player's character died twice, but she was a warlock. And plus 2 of my own characters died, and
Damn.
both of them were rogues.
Sounds about right.
Most glorious character death I had was a Earth Defender dwarf defending his party against an incoming cloud of arrows that was going to kill everybody.
Yeah, we'll share the stories online
With some
on
all
the
arrows.
Discord.
It was
But
Fastest character
it was a
death.
very packed night with things going on, and Cayenne's still looking at the group like, "What the fuck, guys? I leave for a little bit, and everything goes to shit."
I don't even remember the name of that gnome I made.
Huh?
I don't remember the name of that gnome I made.
the 5-minute
He got
character.
out 5
We'll
words
talk-
and was
we'll talk about it.
obliterated.
We can post them all to the Discords and the tabletop sharing. I'm not even going to get to my body count in fucking COC. I'm pretty sure I'm rivaling Jason Voorhees at this point.
So many good deaths in that game.
So
I
many
have-
terrible ones.
I have killed so many player characters in COC that it is now a fucking mandatory to bring more characters to the table.
Mm-hmm.
At least 3. Minimum.
But I'll leave that to the chat. But yeah, those are my biggest. Those are my biggest highlights. It was good to get this over with, and
Don't do it again, Manny.
Yeah, it's our turn next.
yeah, then everybody else can sit in the seat and soak it with sweat. Guys over here with 1,000-yard stare the entire first half of the game. So, with that, we're going to close the doors to the tavern. Call it a night so everybody can get much needed rest.
Especially
And-
the scab over there with 5 levels of Joshua.
And we will see you next week. We should be back next week.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Like, comment,
Good night,
subscribe,
everybody.
join our Discord, and share us with the world.